Welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting for Monday, September 11th, 2023. I'm glad you're all here, and in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place. The land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Megwich. All right. Council. One of my first jobs is to ask if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest. No, I have one that I'm going to declare, and that is for staff report under 11B, the award of water quality testing RFP administration to Generations Effect. As I am a director and officer of the Georgian Bay Biosphere, and Generations Effect is a offspring of that. Even though I have no pecuniary interest and will certainly not benefit one way or t'other, I think it's best that I declare a conflict, and I will ask Councillor Cooper to chair the meeting for that particular item. Thank you. Apparently, we have somebody here who, I'm told, has been working for us for a quarter century. I know, it's unbelievable. I can't believe it. No, I said a quarter century. I mean, I guess probably child labor was allowed back in those days. So where do we go for the formalities? Right in front here. Oh, I think it's great when we have employees who are with us that long and can share with us some of the history and their perspective on things. And so thank you very much, Ms. Nicholson. We appreciate all your efforts on behalf of the township. All right, pretty soon my clerk's going to hand me a motion, I'm sure, about the consent agenda. And that is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of September 11th, 2023 as circulated. Council, is there any items that you wanted to discuss or pull from the consent agenda? Councillor Hazelton.
There's some items. There are some items I would like to discuss.
Well, shall we do the discussion before I read any motion? Please lead off.
Thank you. So on the consent agenda, item B, council minutes. First of all, I have to get there. Item E. I don't. I confess I haven't checked, but the last line says noted we can make the training sessions available on the website. I'm wondering, have we done that yet? This is regarding the Rec O'Connor training sessions.
No, we have not, like his PowerPoint.
Yeah, because it says specifically noted, we can make the training sessions available on our website. And I'm assuming that's an action item that somebody has taken, and I'm just wondering when that is likely going to be done.
It has not been done.
Okay, so not is okay, but when is a good answer?
Probably before the end of this week. I'm a little busy today.
That's fine. What I'm trying to get to is when, as opposed to like
Yes.
not maybe before next meeting, maybe earlier, you know, those kinds of.
Historically, it's
whens.
not something we've done, so it wasn't prioritized by staff. That's why it's not that.
I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm
but yes,
I'm
we
just
can do
being picky about the fact that we stated that we can,
Mhm.
but if we haven't, will we, and pick a time. Okay, that's one item in those minutes. And then scrolling, oops. I didn't highlight, I wouldn't know. Okay, item item D. Same minutes, I believe they're the same minutes. Under new business, item 11D. So on our council package, that would be page 140136.
Is this Q2 budget versus actual?
No, this is new business resolution tracking sheet
11.
bracket Graziano. I think it's 11D.
Okay. Yes.
This is 12A.
Okay.
Which is it?
This is in the council minutes of
Oh, the minutes.
11:20. Okay, so the last that clause states that staff return to council with a report on any and all past resolutions, bylaw amendments, etc., that have exceeded 90 days. And being sometimes anal about things, I decided to go and look. And for 2023 alone, there are 42 items that are not closed and in excess of 90 days. So I would rhetorically ask the question, where are the reports? And then I went into the 22 listing. I didn't go back to the other ones, but in 2022, there are 22 items
Mhm.
that are not closed, and most of them are over 300 days. And given that we had passed a resolution requiring reports on those items, I'm wondering what the status of those reports are.
Do you want me to respond? I was going to say, well, step one was identifying the 90 days. The resolution tracker isn't generally updated until the week that it goes out. So those 90 days weren't identified until the week reports were due, which made it difficult for staff to identify and draft reports past the deadline for this meeting.
So
So
the
It's a work in progress.
I understand that, but
Mhm.
we have 42 items that are a work in progress, not closed in excess of 90 days.
Correct.
We have, that's from this year. In 2022, we have 22 items. I'm certain in 2021 and 20, there are additional items. So I understand the work in progress, but what I'm trying to get to here is we are trying to use the resolution tracking sheet to help us deliver on the directives of council. And
Correct.
we aren't delivering on the directives of council. And I'm wondering what programs are being put in place to ensure that we deliver on the directives of council.
If I may, Mayor Coetzee. Thank you, Councillor Hazelton. I think you mentioned that there are 22 outstanding items for 2023.
No, 2022.
For
There's 42
22, and there's
in
42 for
2023.
2023. If I'm not mistaken, every council meeting, there's probably a dozen action items that come out of that. So if you do 12 times 9, we're over 100. So some of the action items are fairly, they take time. Other action items are closed. So last month was the first month that we've actually, or this month is the first month that we've categorized them. And going forward, we will be bringing back to council a report on any items over 90 days.
I understand a report of over 90 days. That's really what the resolution tracker does. I think what the resolution is intended to do is that there is a report about those items that have exceeded 90 days. We have 42 of those outstanding right now, and I get it, you know, somebody put a new column in the spreadsheet, and now they're easily visible, but presumably they were also visible in a previous iteration of the report. And somewhat as a rhetorical comment here for my fellow councillors, we have on the agenda later a work plan that we are talking about perhaps approving, and we have an enormous number of outstanding items, and I'm wondering how we could possibly even consider a work plan when we have all these outstanding items that have not yet been addressed. And so I think from a priority standpoint, we have the cart before the horse, and I think we need to focus on what we've currently assigned staff to do, and then secondarily think about what other things could be done. Anyway, I'll yield there. Thank you.
If I may, Matt Kutsia. So yes, as council have seen, we have a tremendous work plan. It is extremely heavy, and the bulk of that work plan is really trying to drive, you know, the forward township business. So we try to prioritize what we have on our work plan versus the various resolutions that come out, you know, from council, some of which we prioritize over others. And if council wishes staff to do a report on every single outstanding resolution over 90 days, we can do that. It's just going to bog us right down, and we won't complete the higher end tasks that council has set us to do through the strategic plan and the work plan. So I think council at this point needs to decide, do you want us to look at the nitty gritty and not the broader picture? Or do we try and manage with the resources that we have, trying to prioritize some of the resolutions that council has put out versus the strategic plan and the work plans that staff is trying to propose to council?
Before we go any further, my question is, was there an error in the minutes?
Perhaps not an error in the minutes, but if we
So you've highlighted a concern here. I just don't want this discussion to go on and then get repeated again when we have the work plan item in front of us later in the day.
understand. So I think what we need to do then is put an action item on the agenda for the work plan to discuss this more fully. Because if we approve the work plan, then we're basically, from what I'm
Yeah,
hearing.
okay, but this is the work plan discussion that you're having now. So I think you should save those thoughts, and I'm sure you will, for the work plan discussion, because part of the work plan, one of the options of the work plan discussion is the option of if new work is assigned, what work gets dropped. And I think that's a work plan discussion, not a consent agenda discussion.
Fine.
Councillor Graziano, please.
Good morning, everyone from muggy and humid Florida. I was just going to echo Councillor Hazelton, not necessarily verbatim, but I was hoping to see the report this month, and to my surprise, it was not included. Now, I understand that this was a new report that we passed in council last month, but the purpose behind this report was to allow councillors to understand why we have resolutions that are taking so long. I would very much like to see that in next month's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the consent agendas? Sorry, the consent agenda items. Then I'm going to ask all those in favor of adopting the consent agenda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got that has carried. Thank you very much. All right. Any open forum individuals at this time? Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of September 11th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. time for the communication from council and mayor. And last month, I started on my left. This month, I'm going to start on my right, but I'm going to mess things up a little bit. And I'm going to start from the inside, moving out. So Councillor Jarvis, I'm going to put you on the spot, number one.
Oh, wow, I'm shocked.
And will you be able to recover from that shot?
I think I can handle it. Yeah.
Good.
Library board as usual, but I'm gonna leave library board updates to my fellow councillor Hazelton. I believe that was the arrangement that was dictated by our chair. Needless to say, I'm really happy with the way the library is going these days. Segbay, another very productive meeting. There are a lot of things on the go at Segbay. Lots of discussion about which will be of interest to some people, Brissett House, which is good. More to come down the pipe, I hope, on that. Of course, Segbay golf tournament, charity golf tournament, which raised significant funds for GBGH and for the food bank here locally. That was a very good success, and the weather was more or less cooperative. I'd like to think that my golf game was as cooperative as the weather, but I think that my fellow partners on the course would say that's probably not the case. Anyway, it was a lot of fun. It was a good day, and I'm very happy that we'll be able to participate in that. And I thank Councillor Bocek for all his efforts as a volunteer in that program. Other than that, dealing with a few issues with constituents, sort of the normal course of events. And that would be it.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. It was a busy, regular kind of month, working with constituents, receiving calls and answering their questions and helping them navigate through our municipal systems. We did participate on Saturday on the short-term rental town hall meetings that we had in both Port Severn and MacTier, and it was great to hear from our constituents on what their views are. And I think we had a great turnout on both of those meetings and a lot of lively discussion. And clearly there are people who have strong opinions, and we're listening, I think. And hopefully our next round of bylaws that are proposed reflect what we heard on the weekend. I also got to participate in the Segbay golf tournament, and it was a great event, and I hope we provided some good funding back to the Georgian Bay General Hospital. And I missed out on on an auction item for Mary Ann Braid painting. It was a beautiful painting, but luckily I got the bid up, so that was my contribution to the hospital. And otherwise participated in the inaugural meeting for the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group. And again, I think there's a lot of people that are very engaged in that committee with a lot of ideas that we can run with. And I think starting with the facilities analysis that's on our agenda, I think beyond that, there'll be a lot more discussions to come in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I too attended the Segbay golf tournament. Our team consisted of Councillor Jarvis, CAO Mariotti, and my wife, and we shot an impressive -6 with 12 mulligans. Was it -4? We cheated anyway, so it didn't matter. Attended the AMO conference in London, which was a 3-day conference representing the township of Georgian Bay and the district municipality of Muskoka. And together with Chair Jeff Lehman from the District of Muskoka, we did a delegation to the Minister of Health for funding for nursing programs and the healthcare retention for qualified health workers within our region. I attended a meet and greet with Premier Ford, MPP Graydon Smith, and MPP Jill Dunlop at Oak Bay, and took the opportunity to discuss some real concerns in our area, and discussed a little bit about the Bill 23. I thought it was a good engagement, and we took some lessons away from it. Attended a training session on legislation that's coming within the next 2 years about water quality monitoring. SSE is using their historical data and purchased new equipment and added some qualified staff. Looking forward to how this is all going to roll out. The results should save the municipality quite a bit of money in the long term. And last Saturday, attended an in-person information session on short-term rental bylaws that will be forthcoming. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the MACTIR meeting, but I've reached out to the folks in MACTIR and starting to receive some emails. So all good on that front. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say to here, but on screen. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. It's been a very, very busy month for me. A lot of it echoed Councillor Bocek. So I, like Councillor Bocek, attended the AMO along with your worship and our CAO, Mr. Mariotti. It was a great event, very eye-opening. As a new councillor, you know, it really helped me understand the dynamics of a municipality, but at the same time, was informative. I attended some seminars there. At the same time, I had an opportunity to meet with those that I felt would bring value to my constituency, specifically at district as well as other municipalities. Following the AMO meeting, I also attended the meet and greet with our premier in Port Severn. Had an opportunity to speak with both the premier along with the MPPs that were there, and similar to Councillor Bocek, received some great information. It was a very active month for me this month in the riding. Specifically, I attended the GPCH, the Gloucester Pool College Association ride. It was a fantastic day. I rode 25 kilometers from Port Severn Road North at Lock 45 all the way to the Honey Harbour General Store and returned. It was quite eye-opening on a Saturday morning. Mother Nature was kind to us as it was bright and sunny, but I did take note to a lot of active people on that route. There were joggers, there were cyclists, there were people walking their dogs, all sharing the gravel shoulder along with the roadways. And what I found was not only do we need either a trail or active lanes to ensure that there's safety for those people, but I also noticed that cars that were passing cyclists or joggers would veer into the middle center of the lane and then back around and over. And that made me feel that it was a major, major risk given the curves and hills that we see when driving to Honey Harbour. Very easily, a car could be passing into the center median lane to pass a active lifestyle person, only to find themselves in a precarious situation with an oncoming car. And so again, just to further support the need for lanes and for lifestyle infrastructure within our township. Following the 25K, I endeavored to do a 13K paddle for Canoe for Cancer. Another great event. Exhausted by this point because both my legs and arms are now on fire. But at the same time, great event nonetheless. Again, Mother Nature was very cooperative with us this year. And the event, from my understanding, raised over $35,000 for cancer research and concluded with a large party at the end. So it was a great event altogether. And that pretty much summarizes my my month. I had one additional corn roast at Wildwood on the Severn. It's an annual event that happens every year, and it was great to see everyone at the Wildwood Park attending. We served up 135 to 140 cobs of corn this year, and it was a great success. So if you haven't already tried my corn, I would strongly recommend you do it next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'll start off with the public library report and mention that the library held the 2014 and beyond strategic planning meeting with our board. And we've also reached out to all of the councillors looking for their input on the strategic plan. And I would like to draw attention for these other councillors to actually read and perhaps provide comment on it. One of the things that is kind of exciting is that the library, being a kind of forward-looking, nimble and agile organization, is looking to do some new and exciting things. And we would certainly welcome the input on these ideas coming from the other councillors. Our board chair attended the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries board meeting, where they are preparing for Library Day, and they're meeting with the Ontario government officials at Queen's Park this fall. The focus of this planned day is to meet with various government ministries to highlight the urgent need for increased provincial funding for Ontario public libraries. The goal is to achieve a 25 million enhancement to the current funding, because we haven't seen any increases over the last 20 years. In addition, the board held budget meetings to analyze the 2021 to 23 budgets and prepare and submit the 2024 budget. Several seasonal hours for all the branches will remain in place until Thanksgiving weekend of this year. Summer programming has wrapped up at the branches, and the library is now preparing for fall and winter programming, including Ontario Public Library Week in October. Okay, shifting to some of the things that I have done. I think well, first of all, you may know that I have been assigned, delegated, or whatever to the Georgian Bay Coastal Planning Committee, where they have pulled together a report comparing all of the official plans of all the municipalities up and down the eastern shoreline. I have dug in and tried to understand it fairly. In fairness, it's really for the planning department, but I think it does provide a great shopping list of strategies that other townships have used to deal with various issues. And when we are looking at revising our OP, we should be looking at that document as a set of clues as to what other people have done to solve some of the challenges that we find that we are facing. I had an interesting meeting with a resident. Didn't quite know what it was going to be about, but oddly and excitingly, it's a guy who is interested in being a counselor for a future term. And I would say anytime we find somebody like that, that's something to nurture and work on. So that was exciting. I also attended the Georgian Bay Association's Floating Home Strategy meeting. And sadly, the problems don't seem to be getting much better. But there is a little bit of glimmer of hope on the horizon, where the wintering strategies for these things may become a bit of a silver bullet. And so I'm kind of excited about where things might go, but we're not there yet. So I'll just move on and leave that for the moment. We have all received, I think, links to the State of the Bay reports that come out from the Biosphere Reserve, or the GBB. And I had an opportunity to read it, and I found a couple of things in it that I thought were worthy of comment. I did call in and talk to the authors about it. One of the things that they highlighted in their report is that human sources of phosphorus come from, amongst other things, failing septic systems. And I highlighted for him the fact that Neil Hutchison wrote a report many, many years ago saying 100% of all the nutrients that go into your septic system mainline it into the waters in front of your cottage. Now, whether or not you believe 100%, or whether you believe it 80%, basically the point is it's not failing septic systems, it's all septic systems. And the authors understood what I was saying and have agreed that it may be difficult to change the print version, but changing the online version might be a useful thing. So perhaps I need to get a life and stop reading long technical documentation. But there's a 186-page detail report on the State of the Bay. with all kinds of detail stuff. And I wanted to highlight that over the last few years, we have been pushing our friends at McMaster University to focus on the nearshore issues of water quality, because no other testing organization, not the District of Muskoka with their Muskoka Lake Partner Program, or their Muskoka Watershed Council, or the Severn Sound, or anybody else, nobody is doing nearshore water testing. However, written in their report is things that they need to pay attention to going forward. And one of them is determine the nutrient conditions and dynamics in the shallow nearshore waters, less than 3 meters, in terms of nutrient variability, algae growth, blah, blah, blah. And there's some other statements in there. So I am absolutely delighted that we have another organization now, not only McMaster University, who is doing nearshore water quality testing with new special, I don't know how to, well, it's periphyton plates. But the point is changing the focus, because these other organizations who we have been dealing with for decades have never focused on the nearshore quality, and that's where the problem is. And so not only do we have McMaster recognizing there's a problem, but we now have the Biosphere recognizing there's a problem and writing that up in their technical report. And I felt that that was an important thing to highlight for us as we think about water testing going forward. And I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I think I'll be brief. Just in the interest of, my goodness, did I hear a growl there? Anyway, I don't know what that was, but feedback, obviously. Councillor Bocek obviously making noises over there. Anyway, I just wanted to briefly say I did attend a number of events in the last month as best I could, and including events, for example, at Oak Bay with Premier Ford, a few other events, a lot of interaction with our constituents over a variety of different things. We were kept pretty busy either on the phone or by email. And I think that's a big part of my job anyway, is to be interacting with our community and representing their interests in and for this township. So that's really where I spend and focus my time. I will say that the last month has indicated to me that it's a fantastic place that we have here. Georgian Bay is amazing. It's a healing place, but it's a long way from healthcare. And I can't tell you how many trips I made to the south in the last month, every 2 or 3 days. And so it's tough. It's a tough environment to be in a wonderful place, but we need to remember the healthcare, although we have certain abilities and services closer by, some services that we need are much further south, and that makes it difficult. So I think that our constituents may expect more in the future, and we need to think about the healthcare side of things. Anyway, that's my report, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also had a busy month. I'm afraid, like so many others, I can't believe the summer, if you consider July and August the summer, is actually over. This is September. I mean, I don't know how that happened, but there you go. Yeah, unfortunately, as some may recall, I attended the last council meetings remotely due to COVID, which fortunately got rid of. But it also meant that I missed the Seg Bay golf tournament, which I regretted, because even though nobody wants to see me golf, it's a great event to attend and to meet everyone. And I made my contributions, my financial contributions, without any of the fun, unfortunately, attached to it. But oh well. As you heard from a couple other councillors, went to the AMO conference, and I found that a very interesting conference. What was a little different for me was we as a township weren't successful in our delegation applications, but I attended a number of district delegations. And then also I was able to have I'll call it a one-on-one, even though it was actually a 1-on-6, delegation, informal delegation with our MPP Graydon Smith. And I found that very useful and informative and hopefully productive. Time will tell. I had the great pleasure on the 24th of being over at the Muskoka Steamship and Discovery Center for their official grand opening. And the Lieutenant Governor was there, and she spoke very well. And I think we as a province are going to miss her when she retires later this year. I'm a great admirer of hers, but I strongly recommend anybody, if you're in the Gravenhurst area, to drop in on this center. It is a marvelous center, and part of what they were opening was a Indigenous history section, which I cannot recommend highly enough. It is a great display of the history of this area going back many thousands of years, almost entirely, well, it was entirely created and managed by Indigenous peoples. The Discovery Center is strictly the host, and I highly recommend it. They plan in the future, I'm not sure exactly when, to have much of it available online, and I'll recommend that too. But if you get a chance, I recommend you go there. I did attend the Oak Bay event where the Premier attended, and along with a number of MPPs, found that very interesting. And I've had the opportunity to welcome the Premier to our township. The following day, I went to Rama. I was invited to participate in their grand entry for their powwow, and I want to tell you what an amazing event. The regalia, unbelievable. It was a terrific event, met lots of people, and another something that I would recommend to anyone if they're ever interested or is to attend the Rama powwow in future years or any other powwow, because it's an amazing experience. The following week we had the Muskoka area Indigenous leadership tables. I attended that, and I've always enjoyed those events. They're always very informative and great ways to connect. And on the 30th, the Georgian Bay Mindogami Biosphere had their AGM and their 25th anniversary. Now, this is the 25th anniversary of when the group started as a group. But next year they'll be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the actual designation. So in other words, it took them 6 years to get the designation. There's a heck of a lot of work that went into that. But I mean, I may not be entirely objective, but I can't help but believe our Georgian Bay coast is well worthy of the UNESCO designation as a biosphere. The next day I was in Bracebridge meeting Wade Beebe. He is the interim detachment commander there, and I discussed a number of issues with him, including some of the complaints we received in MacTier for lack of service. And he discussed the challenges that the OPP face in that they're having trouble being fully staffed across the province, which means when calls come in, they have to prioritize them. And life-threatening items get prioritized at the highest, and calls that come in and where other services can attend and probably provide the service get a lower priority. So that's unfortunately the way they have to operate, like so many other organizations and businesses that we have. Then I did something a little personal on the long weekend, actually the Monday and Tuesday, took a kayak course. Apparently I'm now a level 1 kayaker qualified person or something, because every time I rolled over, I didn't drown, which was quite impressive, but great fun. Got my first sunburn of the year on Labor Day. Does that make sense? I mean, you're supposed to get them in May or June, but okay, I'm a little slow. On the 6th, I attended virtually Safer Spaces training, and I found that a very informative course, and I think it's been offered to everyone, council and staff alike, and I highly recommend it. a great source of information and gives you a perspective that many of us don't have, given that, you know, this is to protect people who are not the typical normal person that we always used to think everybody was, but they're allowing for all sorts of differences. And I highly recommend it. What else did I do here? Oh, yes, of course, we made reference to the Saturday meetings on the short-term rentals, and I thought it was very interesting, the input we received from, I'll call it the full spectrum, I would call it, from one side to the other as to what we should or shouldn't be doing. And I think that was very informative and very useful. And finally, yesterday, attended an art opening. Ross Scoggart, who is one of our residents up in Go Home, put on had an opening of some of his paintings titled Just Go Home, because yes, all the paintings were of Go Home Bay area and most of them from his island. And he's at, my little plug is he's at the Double Door Studios in Anton Mills until the 24th. And if anybody's interested in artwork about Go Home Bay, I recommend you go there, though check online and phone the number because they won't always be open. And that's my report. C.O. Mariotti, your turn.
Well, thank you, Mayor Coutier. I won't repeat some of the activities that I've been on or attended with other members of council that I've spoken before, but I'll give you some input from the staff side. As you'll likely know, the large item barge event took place again last month. It was well organized. We didn't have any issues, and for both the Madawaska Club and the Cognishine community, 1 bin of scrap metal and 1.5 bins of general large item waste was hauled away. So as a side note, the cost of the service does include the ability to fill 4 40-yard bins in total. So the cost came in just under the quoted amount. Excuse me, the final total being around $17,500. And that includes the waste disposal costs and the scrap metal rebates. Although bear in mind, this cost doesn't include 2 members of staff being dedicated for 2 days for this event, plus my time in coordinating the activity as well as the comms team in promoting the event. So in all, the amount by volume collected this year is the same pretty much as the amount of last year. On the planning side of things, I'm happy to say that our new director of planning, Derek Whitlib, will be starting with us next Monday. And Alexandra Matthews, our new planning administrator, recently joined us from Tay Township. Also, council will be glad to know that last month the province gave back site control to municipalities, and so the regulation was passed which reestablishes site plan control for all lands within 120 meters of shorelines, wetlands, and other watercourses. So that's some good news for us. Later this week, staff will be holding a lunch and learn potluck where members of the SMT will be communicating to all staff their respective department achievements to date, as well as formally communicating council's strategic plan and our staff work plans going forward, assuming that council passes our work plan today. You could call it a town hall meeting for the organization, which will make regular occurrence to keep our staff engaged and on board with our strategic plan and work objectives. I'd also like to take the opportunity to commend Chief Van Dam in working together with Moose Deer Point First Nation and forging stronger ties and cooperation, which is in line with one of our council approved 6 pillars of our strategic plan. And I also really enjoyed a tour by the chief and the deputy chief of our old Honey Harbour School, where it's been cleaned up and it's going to be used as a training facility for our firefighting staff. And the benefit of doing this is that training no longer needs to take place in one of the equipment bays of a fire station, where you've got to pull the fire trucks out and the training materials, you do the training in the bay, and then you have to move everything back in. So this all takes time and effort. So kudos to the fire staff for thinking about this added efficiency. And just on a side note, the location is actually good enough that we're also thinking about options for this building as part of our master fire plan, especially considering the condition of the existing fire station in Honey Harbour, which council is aware of. So with that, covers some of the main activities over the last month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I say, don't go anywhere because our next item is staff reports. And first on that is the work plan. So CO Mariotti, I'm going to pass the baton straight back to you again.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So, yeah, this work plan, well, the report was up last month. So hopefully council have had a chance to look at the detail of the work plan that staff have put together. And obviously it is a very intense work plan. And one of the items that we haven't got on the work plan is making a report on all resolutions that are above 90 days. So that's something that we can incorporate there. But hopefully the work plan will be approved so that we can kind of, forge ahead with our marching orders. The work plan does include the strategic plan action items as well. So we've incorporated those. So it really is a kind of an overall document for us to kind of move forward over the next few years.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions or discussion with regards to the work plan? Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I think what I find confusing here is we're being asked to approve a work plan, and yet there's all kinds of granularity in that work plan, and yet I believe it's the responsibility of the CAO to manage staff and get things done. And so high-level directions, I think, are appropriate, but I'm not sure that it's appropriate for us as council to deal with this low-level items. So I'm not sure that that we have the cart before the horse here. Additionally, we don't have the CIO KPIs defined, approved, and implemented. And once again, I think this puts the cart before the horse. I think we want to start kind of at the top and as council ensure that we have our single employee focused on the KPIs that are appropriate, that are agreed on by council. And then after that, the idea of fleshing out other goals and objectives may be appropriate, but I think what we've already seen here with these action items that have been forgotten, that we have the cart before the horse. I think we're going down the wrong direction here. I think we need to back up and put this on pause and focus on a sequence of priorities starting at the top, CAO, and then from there blending in our priorities of what we've already directed staff through our CAO to do, and then a look at that in conjunction with other things that are listed there. But I think we're out of sequence, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Pred.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, I would also agree. I think it's a very worthy work plan. I don't see anything on there that I don't agree would be a priority for our staff to be focusing on, working on. My perspective would be that providing this to council is important. And I think asking for our feedback is important, but again, I think the level of detail, if we get into discussing individual items and trying to prioritize one certification process over an operational item, I think we're going to be getting ourselves into many weeds. And our role of oversight would become micromanagers, which I think in the past we've discussed is not the appropriate role for us. And yet I do think we need to see and be aware of the attacks that are at hand. My main concern is with option one's recommendation that council really be mandated to help add and remove items. I understand the intent that you're looking for, but I would hope that maybe this could be reworded to have every quarter the CAO present an updated plan with recommendations for adding and removing items, rather than for every motion to have to come back and forth for further discussion. I think that's going to get us bogged down in details that are not something that we can do on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Very similar concerns to that of Councillor Hazelton and Predco. In reviewing the report and the resolution, I found myself going through each line item one by one, and after highlighting a few, I felt that perhaps it would take us hours and hours and hours for council with all 7 different perspectives to identify which priorities are a priority to them. And I didn't feel that that would be a good use of our time. Rather, I felt, to Councillor Predco's point, that this very well could be us micromanaging the organization, rather than giving and delegating the responsibility back to our CAO, who is responsible for steering the ship, for a lack of a better term. And so with that being said, quite concerned. The other issue that I have here that I want to bring to the attention of council today is that this delays our ability as council to enact any resolutions that could very well be ad hoc and important to us. So as an example, we agree to this plan, and according to the report, it advises that if we add anything to that, it would then go through a subsequent review by staff, followed by a report returning back to council the next month, advising what, if anything, would have to fall off in order for them to accommodate that. And that would delay our ability to execute on very important issues that our constituents may expect, because it would delay it by a month, and then any further deliberations and discussions around the matter. And if it gets referred or deferred again, further delaying it, and so on and so on. And so I don't find this to be an efficient approach. I'd like to be able to see us be able to action on these things very quickly. And to Councillor Predco's suggestions, I would agree with him, and even go so far as to say that maybe our CAO can bring back a report on a quarterly basis advising what they've been able to achieve relative to what they've outlined, followed by what is upcoming and what is a priority based on our strategic plan, his KPIs, along with the work plan that has already been created by our CAO, and then advising us of where things could, or what things could fall off in the event that we had any immediate priorities that required their attention. So I just don't feel that we should be getting this detailed and this into the weeds. And that is my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Well, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, very good comments by Councillor Graziano here. I'm not one to micromanage staff. I think this is a good report. It's a great starting place. This is the first work plan we've had. Well, my 10 years on council, this is the first work plan we've had by a CAO in 10 years. So congratulations to staff for bringing this forward to us. In our past CAOs, we have not been very successful. And, bringing forward things like KPIs, I think, are very important. But at the same time, micromanaging and getting into the nitty gritty of this doesn't serve any purpose whatsoever, as far as I'm concerned. It's a working document. It's going to change month to month. We're going to be updating things, removing things, adding things month per month. I think this is a great start, and certainly is a big change from what we've experienced over the past 3 terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, in light of, I looked at the report, and I really appreciate the work that's gone into putting that together. And I'm sort of on side with the rest of the council so far, in that it's really good to have that in place. And from a transparency standpoint, our constituents, I think, would benefit significantly from being able to see something like this. But Counselor, just apropos of Counselor Hazelton's comments and a question to our CAO, the work plan as it is being shown to us here today, does that incorporate a fair bit of some of those items from 2022 that remain open? I guess is my question.
They may very well do. And just to kind of, since you've given me the
Yeah, giving you the floor.
Councillor Charles, I just like to say that totally agree with council. We don't want council micromanaging this. This work plan was mainly designed for clarity, transparency between staff and council, that we know this is the direction that we're heading. That includes some action items of the strategic plan. It's good and clear for all members of our team of the organization to understand this is the direction where we're going. And in my report, I do say that at least once a quarter, we will come back to council with an update on the progress that we've done through our work plan, which in a sense is a broader means of reporting back as compared to, doing the report as to why a resolution is over for 90 days. So, the other aspect of the plan and the proposed motion is that we really don't want to have ad hoc resolutions. When we have ad hoc resolutions, we run the risk of going down a path, and we've seen this with the 6 Mile Lake resolution. We then, staff takes it away, thinks it through, and then they realize, hang on a minute, there could be a potential issue here. So the process of when something new comes to council, if it hasn't been brought up to staff beforehand to kind of brainstorm, hey, is this likely to work or not? But if it comes ad hoc to council and council approves something without giving staff the opportunity of revisiting it, that's where down the road we can end up into some additional confusion. So that is why we wanted to create a bit of a framework that we have a very full work plan, and we wanted to share that with council, so that when council says, as a resolution, buy away and go and do this, that, and the other, the council understands that we already have a very full plate. And so then in my work plan, in our work plan, it also already prioritizes and puts timelines down for various, action items that we have there. So it's all been done for you. It's more a case of, this is what we have. Hopefully you understand how busy we are, and we will come back to update council so that we're open and transparent on a quarterly basis. So, thank you.
As follow, with your indulgence. So then, again, I'll go back to Councillor Hazelton's comments about things that are still outstanding from 2022, not to mention stuff that's been put on our list for 2023 that wouldn't be shown in the work plan. How would staff handle the outstanding items that were part of our what we asked to be done in 2022, 2023 that are not in fact on the work plan at this time? Can we get a summary? Is there a way of getting a summary of where they would go, or giving us a list of and asking us to prioritize those or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Through you, Mayor Coutier. So, Councillor Jarvis, what we can do for next month is we can tag a column next to the spreadsheet, and so any outstanding items, we can maybe do a bit of a summary as to where we're at and why it's maybe fallen lower down on the priority list. So we can definitely do that for next month.
Again, I'll just comment. I really appreciate. I think the idea, the concept, I think it's great, because again, transparency to our constituents and ourselves is vitally important here. And for us to be able to refer to something when somebody asks us a question, this gives us a way of getting a response without having to go to staff immediately. So I like the idea. I don't want, as Councillor Hazelton has suggested, I don't want things falling right off the radar because we're working with this work plan.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, CAO Mariotti, for this report. I think it's there's a lot of detail here. I think it's quite clear from what you've heard from other councillors, and I would agree that it's a lot of good detail, but certainly not something that council wants to be involved with in a very specific way every single month. I did like the idea, by the way, of a quarterly report as to our progress. I think, you know, sort of moving that up to 10,000 feet versus 50 feet would be excellent. So I would encourage that. So there's a great deal of agreement from council on sort of no micromanagement. I also heard a comment which I think ties in with sort of all of this, and that is that it strikes me that this needs to be very much part of our feedback to our CAO in performance, annual performance review, and would be part of the KPIs. And I don't know that we actually have this as part of that in a very specific way, and in this particular way, I guess, quarterly reports, etc. So there might need to be some language in our in our oversight KPI for our CAO to make sure that we deal with this particular matter under that sort of umbrella. So I would suggest at the moment that this is we acknowledge this report, but we defer approval until such time as we, for one, integrate it into the KPI, the CAO oversight. So that would be my suggestion, that it's a bit premature to be approving this without integrating it into the CAO's performance. Thank you.
Thank you. I see some other hands already up, but I'd like to make some comments first before we go into a second round. One, very impressed with the report. I mean, I think what this report tells us, in effect, if council went away for the next 3 years and never showed up again, staff would be busy. And I think that's a good thing. They don't need us to do good things for our township. I think there's a lot of good detail in here. I will admit, I did not read everything line by line. I went selectively and I found some interesting things in there. But you know, I'm going to follow up on what Councillor Cooper was suggesting and go one step further. And I would rather council receive this report for information as opposed to approving it, because I think it's what, you know, so-called living document. It's going to be modified. It's going to be modified by council at times. It's going to be modified by staff at times. It's going to be modified by the outside reality that we have no idea what's going to throw us over the next little while. And I think, you know, one of the dangers I find when people create heavily detailed work plans is, sure, it helps staff know what their expectations are, but you always have to be open to the fact that things can change. That's, you know, all of a sudden some priorities change because of external circumstances, what have you. So I think that's very important. I would venture, CAO Mariotti, regardless of what council does in the next few minutes on this report, you're going to go ahead and follow most of it anyway, because that's what staff are busy doing. And I don't say that in a negative way. I say a very positive way. I'm personally quite pleased to hear many councillors, many of my fellow councillors suggest that we do not want to micromanage. I also think it's important that we remember, and for the information of any of the public viewing who have not looked specifically at the agenda, we will be discussing in closed today the KPIs of our CAO. And I think that discussion may or may not influence modifications to the work plan. I don't know yet, because we haven't had those discussions. And so I would, you know, I would not want us to see even every quarter going over this and spending a lot of time on it, because I think it's our job as council, representing our residents, to let staff know what we think is most important, what the priority should be, and whether or not they change as time goes on, because they will. And you know, I think we're counting on our staff, our CAO and our staff to be flexible when required. So I'm I'm very positive about this, receiving this report, but I am concerned about getting into specific direction. Though I think CEO Mariotti with this report brings up a very important point that we must take into account as we go along. And that is when we change priorities, when we add work, we either are adding staff or there's some things that staff will be postponing or not doing because they only have so many hours in the day to do the work. And I think we have to recognize that we don't have staff out there twiddling their thumbs and waiting for an assignment to come along. There's enough for them to do. I think not only of council, but if I bet you if the senior management team disappeared, most of staff would just keep on doing what they have to do without direction because they know what they got to get done. And I think we have to acknowledge that we're not overstaffed. Anyway, with that, let's have a second round. And then I will see whether we want to either take one of the resolutions that CEO Mariotti has proposed to us, or I'm going to add a fourth for us to consider, and that would be to receive this report for information. And I may get a dirty look from CEO Mariotti, but we'll be fine. With that, Councilor Graziano, you've had your hand up for a while. Over to you, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. Two things specifically, Councillor Boczek, not having the historical context that Councillor Boczek has, I do want to tip my hat to CAO Mariotti. As Councillor Boczek alluded, we have not seen a work plan such as this since he's been on council, and that's been some time. And so with that, not knowing that, I would agree that this is a great first step and positive step forward. Similar, also echoing Councillor Jarvis in that his thanks for not only bringing this forward, but also what this is going to do from a perception standpoint with our constituents and allowing our constituents to be able to see what exactly is happening within our municipalities. So removing the veil and letting our constituents or allowing our constituents to understand just how busy staff is may be helpful in answering some of their questions or concerns with respect to why does it take so long for someone to get back to me, or why does this process take so long? We can redirect them to the work plan and say, listen, they're incredibly busy. And just very lastly, a statement. I thank CAO Mariotti in his suggestion to add the timelines that they are looking to achieve these goals and then where they are. I think that that's also a great thing that when we do receive this information, should council pass it under our mayor's fourth suggestion, that it's going to allow us to understand when we feel these action items will be completed. And I think that's great because that'll answer a lot of my questions. My only suggestion and my only recommendation to our CAO is if he, and again, not to micromanage, just rather a suggestion, if he can consider prioritizing those that are from perhaps 21, 22, those action items to get them, off of his desk and completed, that would be great. But aside from that, I think this is a fantastic opportunity for us to know where staff is, what's happening in staff's world, and also allow our constituents the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship. So my only other follow-up points is that in recommendation 1 that we have, and it's in the recommendation resolution that we have before us, is that any motion requiring additional staff resources will be reviewed against the approved work plan, and if necessary, the work plan will be revised and presented to council prior to adoption of the motion. I guess I just wouldn't mind CEO Mariotti to explain that and the impact that might have, not just to having to reapprove or a motion that comes towards council. And really that second paragraph in relation to your earlier comment that this would be something that you could present once a quarter to council for giving us an update and providing residents and council with an update on what has had to move because of resolutions and other motions that have come before you and changes to the environment that you're working in.
So if I understand the question correctly, you'd like a bit more detail as to how the mechanism would work if council wants to introduce additional work through a resolution. Do I understand that correctly?
So my question really is more explanation about that second qualifying that paragraph, that the work plan be revised and presented to council prior to adoption of the motion. So is this a situation where you would be asking council to reconsider their motion based on the impact of the work plan, or you're going to, and this is where some of the concern about micromanaging your day-to-day operation of the township comes into play?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Predko. So in essence, what we want to be able to be given the opportunity of doing is that when a motion is brought forward at council, and the motion may sound simple at face value, but in reality, it could require an awful lot of work in the background to enact that motion that's been passed. And so staff would like to be given the opportunity to take a motion away, digest it. Now, bear in mind, a councillor can always have an offline discussion with staff before bringing the motion to council, so that the individual councillor can have an idea beforehand to say, okay, this sounds like it's a big job. You know, it doesn't sound as simple as what it might seem. And then it doesn't even come, you know, necessary to council until staff behind the scenes have had a chance to have a look at it and then you know, have the conversation with the individual councillor. However, there are times when, you know, for whatever reason, last minute there's a motion that comes that comes before council, and staff have not had really the opportunity of kind of truly understanding what the potential implications are. That is when staff would like to say, okay, give us a month, we'll come back. If it's going to require a lot of staff time that may impact, you know, our work plan, we want to be able to say, okay, this is how much time it's going to take. You know, item X, Y, or Z on the work plan is going to have to be pushed back. If you're okay with it, we can forge ahead and maybe reprioritize this new item that's come before council. So it's kind of putting a mechanism in place such that the plate or the pot doesn't keep getting filled and filled and filled. And then of course, certain things will start to lag and lag and lag. And as the mayor said, we either have to have more staff or it's going to take longer to complete the various tasks that council is asking staff to do.
Sure. And I guess that's where I worry about this mechanism getting to be a little bit cumbersome if it's done on a per motion basis, on a monthly basis, versus maybe this is part of a quarterly presentation back to council about what the implications of the motions that were passed in the past quarter were on the work plans, and do we need to make some adjustments? But again, we're basing it on your recommendation back to council. I think what this is, it's very similar to a budgeted versus an unbudgeted item, that when something comes to council from staff, this is the, you know, it's not budgeted and we have to look for a reserve. Similarly, if it's a labor intensive item, we need to know the implications, and I guess that would come with staff reports as well.
And if I may, just to add, there are some motions that are quite simple and we can just go away and get them done. But there are others that, like I say, we may need to take some time to digest and really assess what the impact is. And so that is why we need some kind of ability for staff to be given the time to go away and review something before an actual resolution is passed.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Appears I'm a glass half full guy as opposed, sorry, half empty as opposed to a glass half full kind of guy. So I don't compliment you on the amount of work that you've done, and so that clearly is significant and appreciated. I do think though that we need to dig into the list of items that are outstanding. And I think I'm hearing an implication that maybe there are a lot of things in there that have come from counselors that haven't been discussed with staff in advance and so are new and are potentially impacting staff workload. And I'm going through the list here on the fly, and I would offer a comment that I don't think that's the case. I would suggest that most of the directives are things that are matters that either have come from staff, brought to council, and council makes decisions directing further action, and that action hasn't been finished. Yes, there are some other items, but as I look through them, I'm not sure that they are significant staff effort items, although a few of them may be. In some cases, they are recognizing that items need to be brought back for council and staff to address that maybe have been sleeper items. So perhaps what is needed in this list of action items to help us understand if we are adding to the workload or if we are jogging the workload, or if we are just trying to conduct our normal business and things haven't gotten done. And maybe that kind of clarity in the list here might be helpful. But as I say, I'm looking through the list of items here, and I'm not seeing a lot of things that are counselor driven, significant workload effort, where pre-discussions with staff would have had an impact in the potential outcome of that work item. Anyways, just a comment. I think we need to dig into them and look at them, but I wouldn't want us to think that these 42 outstanding items from 2023 are counselor initiatives that have not had any engagement with staff before they've come forward. So I think we need to look into that part too. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to direct my question to our CAO, Mariotti. Do you feel that this list that you've compiled here is complete enough? Or do you think that it's basically looking at directives from council and the things that we would like to see done? I know your obligations are not just to council. They are far-reaching. You have provincial legislation that comes down that you have to adapt into your staff and things like that. Has there been room on this report to relay to council things other than what is coming to council as a work project? And I don't know if I made myself clear here, but my understanding is that, say, in the finance department or the planning department or the building department, the province will legislate things that you have to adopt. And I didn't see in reading this report any place there outside of a few line items that are separated or contained to show us council things that are happening outside of our realm of control. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, you're absolutely right, Councillor Bocheck. So the items on the work plan are for the most part over and above our regular day-to-day jobs. So you have regulatory, there are some regulatory items in there that we obviously want to draw to council's attention, but most of our day-to-day job, whether it be financial regulation, planning regulation, we have to take that in our stride. So that is, we don't include the day-to-day aspects in the bulk of the work plan.
So looking at Mike here. So looking at this, we're not able to really be completely informed on what staff is doing. And again, that's a part of micromanaging, which, trust me, I got enough on my plate without worrying what your people are doing. But it would be nice for council to know held within this report, other obligations that staff do have outside of council directives. And I don't know if that's something we can work on down the line, maybe get through this, get this working and get this functional as it is, the way that the council would like to see it, but then also make that in addition to this at a later date if possible.
I do know of a certain individual as I'm looking over at Ms. Bouthillette. I know she has been, so she took this process to heart, and not only did she say, this is what the various projects that I've got on my plate that, you know, both, council driven, strategic project driven, but this is what I do day to day. And when you put the two together, it soon became apparent that, you know, finance department is overloaded. And I'm sure Ms. Bouthillette wouldn't mind sharing, just as an example of one department of the day-to-day items that they do that is already at 80% of our workload. So we can share that.
All right. Did you want to share anything, or do we just assume that you have more than enough to do?
So through your worship, just to add to CAO Mariotti's comments, the simple math is we have X amount of staff in finance times 35 hours a week. So that gives us a capacity. And we just listed our daily tasks of ARs, APs, taxation, bank reconciliation, without projects. So without revising a policy or things of that sort. And we were already over capacity, the sum of those hours. So adding these projects, very short way to put it is all these projects are above and beyond what we already have as capacity in the finance department.
All right, thank you. I'll give some final thoughts, and then I'm going to propose a revised motion for everyone's consideration. Well, I greatly appreciate this work plan. I don't think council should approve it. Not because it's wrong, but because if we approve it, we're in a sense cementing it. And which means that then we're forcing our CAO to come back to us on a semi-regular basis to say, well, it's changed. And that's micromanaging, in my opinion. I think it's a terrific document. I think it's very informative. I think that some people will pore over it in great detail, not just in this room, but out exterior to us. But I believe it's more appropriate to accept it for information with appreciation. Not that I'll put that in the motion, but I also think it's important for us to somehow capture the second part of the drafted resolution. And so I'm going to propose that you say, be it resolved, the council receives for information Georgian Bay's Township work plan for the next 12 months, August 2023 to July 24th, and that any motion requiring additional staff resources is understood. Sorry, let me try that again. Any motion requiring additional staff resources may require changes to the work plan last reviewed. And so in other words, we're not only receiving this information, but we're also understanding that this is a flexible document. And that if we are requiring additional work at some point, some changes may happen to this document. That's my proposed revised motion, because I would like us to receive this. I think we've had good discussion. I'd like us to acknowledge that it is a full document, and therefore we asked for additional work. Some things may be reprioritized, and I expect that council will, the CAO Mariotti or staff will inform of that when they feel it's appropriate. But that's my proposal.
Your worship, if I may.
May.
Thank you. So just on that second part of the amendment that you're proposing, I just want to reiterate back from my initial points, which were the concerns that I have on hindering our ability to move motions that may be relevant and important to our constituents. And so am I to understand that the amendment would require staff to come back to us again for a second time proposing the changes, or would staff be able to do that in advance of the motion being read and discussed on that particular agenda item.
My intention was that it would not mandate staff or necessarily take time. It's just that, well, that's why I say may require changes to the work plan, leaves it wide open. And we have to trust staff to let us know whether they think this is something that council should vote on, or it's just a piece of information. Oh, by the way, we've now decided we're not painting the walls until next year because, you know what I mean? Like a stupid example perhaps, but I think it's just I want us to recognize that as we pass for future motions, that it will affect the work plan. Or may.
As long as it doesn't delay us, that's great. Thank you.
Other comments? Did you get that? Okay, let's get the right wording here. So I say, be it resolved, the council receives for information the Georgian Bay Township work plan for the next 12 months, and that any new motion requiring, and that's the council understands, I'm gonna put that in council, and that council understands that any new motion requiring additional staff resources may also require changes to the work plan. One would argue, of course, they should require changes, because if we're going to do new work, Council Hazelton.
Trying to be sensitive to what Councillor Graziano was saying. Many of the items, for example, in the action item tracker list, have not come from councillors. They are items of call it regular business. And so I think what he's getting at, what I'm getting at is, if councillors bring forward a resolution that we end up getting council to approve, it may be something that staff haven't reviewed before, and those are things that we may need to be aware may have an impact on staff. But all the other resolutions that are resulting from staff work, staff reports, and everything else, that shouldn't have any impact on staff resources.
Why I have the word may require.
Okay.
Councilor Cooper.
Maybe another column would be the source of the request. In other words, knowing where the various items came from. Councilors, staff, legislation, etc.
You're talking on the resolution schedule?
On the schedule, yes.
Okay.
So that we can identify, have an idea as to where this surfaced from.
You know,
Yes,
or not.
not in the resolution, no, but I just
Okay. So
suggestions.
suggestion to staff. All right. Clerk Way, are you with us? Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives for information the Georgian Bay Township work plan for the next 12 months, August 2023 to July 2024. And that council understands that any new motion requiring additional staff resources may also require changes to the work plan. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Some very good discussion, and I also think that the a great, I think all of us appreciated all the work that went into this and the information that it provided, and thank you very much. The next item is the one I'm going to step away from, so I'm going to pass the motion over to Councillor Cooper and let him lead the discussion. And I'm not.
This is short. Wow. Push it down to go up. That's it. All right, so, thank you. So the next item, council, is related to water quality. And basically, I think it would be important to hear from council regarding this, but perhaps I should, read the motion first here? Okay, boss. The council approve Generations Effect as the service provider to develop and manage the RFP process for the purposes of soliciting third-party interest in the provision of water quality testing across the township of Georgian Bay. So that's the motion, but I think we need to have some discussion around this. And so I'd like to hear from our councillors. So I see. I guess we could. That's a, can you hang on for a little bit, Councillor Bocek? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hazel, and through you, Chair Cooper. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm not going to really spend too much time. I think the report really hopefully it explains this work project. I mean, obviously, water quality is huge for our township, and it's a key pillar of our strategic plan. And yeah, I mean, council approved up to $15,000 in the budget to retain the services of a qualified, third-party service provider and prepare and administer a multi-year RFP process, because we want to give comfort to whoever is successful in winning the RFP that they have several years of investment with us. So Generations Effect is a local service provider and a social enterprise division of the Georgian Bay Nidugami Biosphere Reserve. And they do have the local knowledge and experience in order to develop a fulsome and unbiased RFP package. And their proposal came in a fair bit under budget. And I know that staff have worked with GBB staff in the past, and we know that they provide good quality and value for money service. So this is why, in order to expeditiously move this process forward, so we do have plenty of time in order to issue the RFP and make sure that we have one or two proponents available to start this process next year. I just would like to mention as well that they would be coming back to council at a later date to provide some feedback as to the process, and also to listen to council input as well as part of generating the RFP package. So that's it.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, sorry, CAO. I'll be okay. I'm confused, obviously. Anyway, moving on. I'd like to see if we can get some feedback from our council on this resolution. So I think Councillor Bocek had his hand up. I don't see it on the screen, but did you wish to speak about this? Thank you.
There we go. Thank you through you, temporary Chair Cooper. I think this report is a valued report. I read through it. Obviously, I'm quite involved in being the council member on SSEA, and have attended a few seminars on water quality monitoring and understand what legislative orders are coming down the pipeline. This report may be a little premature unless it's taken into consideration all the entities that can provide the service, and I'm sure that will come to fruition through the results of this report. I do know that the province is stepping up water quality monitoring. It's going to happen within the next 2 years. It's going to be mandated to townships. And so I think this is key. I just hope that we engage in all the different entities, whether it be SSEA, McMaster, whoever, to get all of their input so that we have a very fulsome report coming back, and that councillors who are not environmentalists in general have a better understanding of where future dollars will be spent in water monitoring. But I think this is a good investment at the time to research and find out where we're headed in this avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bochek. I see Councillor Graziano has his hand up. Would you like to speak about this?
Thank you, Chair Cooper. Yes, I would. And through you, a couple of concerns that I have with respect to the proposal. One, given that I'm the only councillor on council that has and currently volunteers on the water quality testing for the inland lakes, I know that there's been a few, for lack of a better term, speed bumps that we've had to overcome with the current process and with the current volunteer program. And I want to be cognizant of those speed bumps, and I want to make sure that anyone that we do hire that is mandated to issue an RFP is well versed in not only water quality testing, but also knows some of the challenges that we're confronted, specifically on inland lakes. I can't speak to the Bay because, of course, I have not taken nor done any sampling on the Bay, but I do know for 6 Mile Lake specifically, there has been some hurdles. Second, I do wonder how much experience the biosphere has with regards to inland lakes. I know that they are predominantly out on the Bay, and that's great. But I am concerned that they may be limited in their experience with inland lakes, and I'm just curious to know what that experience looks like. Lastly, I do, and I continue to have some concerns with sole source contracts. We have an opportunity here, and we have time because nothing will be done over the winter months. No water quality testing will be done on the winter months. So we do have a lot of time here in which to find the appropriate and perhaps best qualified resource that can draft this RFP. And I wonder why we're presented with one option at this point in time rather than multiple options. And perhaps to Councillor Bochek's comments, it may be a bit premature. I'd very much like to see, options to choose from rather than a single sole source vendor being identified. Thank you.
So with that in mind, I might call on CAO Mariotti to respond to the question about sole sourcing. If you would like to address that issue, don't speak to it, address it. Thank you.
Absolutely. So just to cover off one of the first concerns that Councillor Graziano had about speed bumps, the expectation for the company that is going to be the successful bidder would be to work in partnership with volunteer groups and associations and to train any water samplers to ensure there's consistent data gathering. But to the point about why sole sourcing, and I'll read from the paragraph in my report, and which I say basically, we didn't carry out an RFP to search for a firm to prepare an RFP because generations effects form part of the Georgian Bay Nidogami Biosphere Reserve. They're local, they're well-respected environmental organization, and they hold the protection of the bay and inland lakes as one of its core tenets. As I mentioned earlier, we've successfully worked with biosphere staff on other projects. The organization has shown itself to be cost-effective, collaborative, and capable of delivering a quality product. And really, private companies, especially in this area, we're not the GTA. We do have limited companies available to do this kind of specialized work. And so private companies with a skill set to prepare such an RFP will usually also wish to bid on the RFP. And so they would therefore decline to provide a quote. So that would make searching for additional companies that are local to the area, time consuming, if not pretty difficult to source. But I would like to also add the point about the SSCA, and I've been in touch with the SSCA, and they're aware of the RFP, and the SSCA have been in touch with with the GBBR. So we do want this process to be open and transparent, because you're absolutely right, to Councillor Bocek's point, the SSCA does have a lot of history and a lot of experience, and really we're hopeful that the SSCA will be one of the bidders. So that in a nutshell is why we sole source, because it's also about relationships and try and get this done in an expedient manner, and not to exclude anyone potentially from wanting to bid because we're asking them to prepare an RFP.
Chair Cooper, if I can add some additional comments to that.
Certainly.
Thank you. Two things, given that this, and thank you, CAO Mariotti, for clarifying, given that you envision this to be a volunteer program, I'd like to make a friendly amendment today with respect to what is being proposed here, in that if or should council will this vendor, the Georgian Bay Biosphere, to go ahead with the RFP, that in advance of the RFP, a working group of council be created to create the terms of reference for this particular RFP. Given the knowledge that I have acquired through this past summer on capturing water quality or water samples, as well as hearing some of the concerns that other volunteers have had, I think it's going to be valuable input in ensuring that any future volunteer program that we have is well thought out and is helpful as well as easy to use for the volunteers, because this past year there have been some hiccups, as I've mentioned, and I'd like to see perhaps a streamlined, well thought out process going to market. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graziano. Moving on to hear some other comments from our council. Councillor Jarvis, would you like to address this issue?
Thank you. I think the analysis in this report is pretty all encompassing. And I guess my biggest concern over the years has been the fragmentation of the information that we've been seeing. And in many ways, what we've seen is information never with a specific call to action on any of the information we've been given. So we get all kinds of reports, but we don't know what to do with them in effect. I really do like this idea of finding somebody that will be able to take everything and put it all together into a comprehensive single report for us to read. My concern, as per Councillor Graziano's comments initially, was how do the inland lakes fit into this? And that's really, really important, because the biosphere reserve, in my mind and in many people's minds, is the Georgian Bay itself proper, not the inland lakes. And I want to make sure that anything that gets done here is very comprehensive in its scope for our municipality. And I think I see that encompassed within the report itself. I just want to make sure that that is emphasized from my perspective. And I am very happy with the report as it stands. I do water testing in another capacity, which again is not something that comes back to the municipality, which is kind of interesting in itself. So I like it the way it's been brought forward. I appreciate that it's the biosphere reserves work ahead of time that has brought this group Generations Effect to our attention, and I would like to be able to move ahead with this as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. I think next up is Councillor Hazelton. Over to you.
Great, thank you. So sorry, but Your Honor, may I continue? So I like some of the comments that have been made. One of the comments that Councillor Graziano put out there was a councillor-led working group. I think that that's probably very critical of importance here. There are, we know there are multiple organizations that do water testing. We have the Muskoka Watershed Council. We have SSCA. SSCA does water testing for the township for water intake, and that's very specific. It's government. It's provincially mandated, and that makes sense. They do probably a good job. I don't know because I haven't paid much attention, but nobody seems to be complaining. However, I will tell you that back in 2005, I brought together the Muskoka Watershed Council, the SSEA, and Carl Schaefer at the time, Blue Water Biosciences. And one of the things that we concluded at that meeting, or they concluded at the meeting, was that Georgian Bay is different than the inland lakes. And so one of the things that I think is absolutely critical here, and to support Councillor Graziano, a work plan on what we do on Georgian Bay is going to be different, should be different from what is done on the inland lakes. Excuse me. So I think that's a critical thing. Another critical thing, I'm going to highlight what Councillor Jarvis said a minute ago. He talked about a call to action. And one of the things that has not come out of any of the water testing so far, other than what Carl Schaefer had previously done and what the McMaster team are doing, is a call to action. In other words, potential hotspots or things we should pay attention to. Now, SSEA has been providing reports for Honey Harbor recently for the last N number of years, and they are telling us that there are low levels of blue-green algae subsurface in South Bay. To me, that would be a call to action. But sadly, nobody seems to know or care about that. And the fact that I'm repeating it probably is news to everybody here. So the calls to action, I think, is critical. In other words, what we need in a water quality testing is goals. What are the goals of this program that could be ultimately calls to action? And so I think that lots of good discussion so far on this, but I think that what Councillor Graziano has suggested is being a councillor-led working group where we can work with this generations effect group and collectively help them come up with a refined terms of reference document that could be then ultimately boiled into this RFP and again recognizing different characteristics for the inland lakes versus Georgian Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hazelton. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. That's
Keep worshiping.
So I think I'm going to be echoing a lot of what other councillors have said. I think that I appreciate the generations effect proposal. I think it's a very, it's a comprehensive proposal, but I think that the notes that councillors Graziano and Hazelton have made should maybe be more reflected in the proposal. And I don't know if that would have an impact to cost, but I do think, looking at their work schedule, they have presentation and review and information gathering and interviews and literature review. I think it may be beneficial to have a public meeting for members of the public to provide their input into what they would want to see in water quality testing. And I do think that part of that should be establishing what the goals of our water testing is. I know we have, to I think Councillor Hazelton's point, inland and in the Bay, we've done water testing for many years. And other than having a report that makes a note that things have changed incrementally up or down, or surprisingly here or there on occasion, there hasn't really ever been much of a call to action on what we need to do with that information or how that's important in our decision making as a township or as a community. That would be my only suggestions on the details. Overall, though, I do appreciate that this is a third party that's not likely to bid on any RFP, which I think is an important feature. And if they're the only game in town that's really capable of doing this, I would support the single source contract for it. But I do think we need a little bit of allowance for public consultation to get that terms of reference and understand what calls of actions might come out of this water testing for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Predko. And before we go around again, Councillor Bocek, maybe I could make a couple of comments. I think I'm hearing some common themes here from my fellow councillors, and they interestingly sort of echo some notes I made in advance of this discussion, which was and highlighted on my page was water quality working group to assist with this initially would be very helpful, I think. And to set terms of reference to make sure that we are have the capacity and capability of dealing with not only Georgian Bay water testing, but ensuring inland lake water testing is of similar quality, but obviously not using necessarily the same measurements because they are different bodies of water. There's no question about that. So I think with a little tweaking, we could have something here. Those are sort of my thoughts were that we need to incorporate terms of reference and a water quality working group, which might include a couple of councillors, perhaps somebody from the inland lake and another from Georgian Bay, and maybe 2 or 3 other people who bring some real experience to the table, both professionally and otherwise. And I think we do have people available to us that could work on that working group to set the sort of standard for this going forward. And as has been pointed out, we do have some time here. You know, our water testing is pretty much over until next spring, when they do their first testing in the early spring to get a sort of a baseline. So we do have some time to refine this a little bit. And so those are my comments. I would like to see at least addressing the terms of reference in a small working group, not to manage this for forever, but basically a working group to advise to get it set up that meets the needs of all areas on the bay and inland. So with that in mind, over to you, Councillor Bocek. You wanted to weigh in a second time.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Chair Cooper. Great comments in this conversation. I think we're headed in the right direction. Unfortunately, I think a working group to come up with a terms of reference could be a little difficult to form because of conflicts of interest. Obviously, I sit on the Municipal watershed. I also sit on the SSEA, so I would have bias. Perhaps other councillors here sit on the GBA, the Biosphere, other entities. I think one Georgian Bay Preservation Alliance or Society, whatever. So if we could come up with a couple of councillors to sit on an ad hoc or a committee to create a terms of reference that didn't have a conflict of interest, I think it'd be a great idea. Unfortunately, I would probably have to bow out because of my commitments to certain agencies that would be perhaps bidding on this in the future. So I caution everybody who's involved in their own committees and groups to be aware that while this is probably the right movement forward, we should be aware that we may have conflicts as individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bocek, and that's certainly a good caution. I will just maybe define what I think would be suitable for a councillor is that if you're not sitting on a board, that would play a big role in it. So that would be defined. And I'm not sure that there are any other conflicts per se, other than perhaps sitting on a board. So we do have a number of councillors here who may be advisory, but not on a board. So it's apples and oranges in a sense. So I think we could probably identify 2 or 3 councillors, and that could be part of this process, and they in turn could help develop the terms of reference and going forward. So, but I wanted to give an opportunity now for a second go around for Councillor Jarvis. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I don't see any conflict here. I think the terms of reference would be the terms under, I mean, the idea of what is to be tested and where it's to be tested and when it's to be tested is not necessarily who's going to be doing the testing. So I don't know that I don't see a conflict in that regard. And then just getting around to this working group concept, which I'm finding I quite think is a good idea. In the work schedule provided by generations effect, they say information gathering, interviews, and literature review as the first item. Would not one encompass the other? I mean, could not that be part of the concept of a working group by council? And maybe that was something we should just ask them to do when they're in the course of their process of information gathering. Part of that is a working group from council.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Keep it up.
I have a question for our CFO, Julie. Our annual spend at the township from the township is about 10 million.
Correct.
Okay. And this past year, we spent under $50,000 in water quality.
So far, according to my knowledge,
Right.
correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to highlight, if my math is correct, that's 0.5%. Yes,
It would probably be 1% of taxation. Through
so
your
50,000 of 10 million is,
Correct, but half of our funding is OMPF funding, so taxation, if it depends if you're talking about 1% of taxes or 1% of our budget. So you're correct on 1% of our budget, 0.5% of our budget versus our taxation revenues.
okay, it's somewhat academic, whether it's 0.5% or 1%, it really doesn't matter. But the point I'm getting at is, what I've heard over and over and over again is that environment is number one, water is the environment. And historically, we have only looked at spending, and we've been almost complaining about spending 0.5% or 1% of our budget on water quality. And if we are trying to put our money where our mouth is, maybe we need to be refocusing that. Now, I suppose if we add in the SSEA costs, and there's $100,000 there, and maybe some other things, but I guess the point that I'm trying to get to is this RFP that we are thinking about, perhaps we should be expecting a much more comprehensive program going forward. And if we do, recognizing that there's going to be a whole lot more cost associated with it to the township, but in fairness, it represents our strategic priority of the environment. And I think that we need to find a way to embrace a robust program that allows us to think and hope that what we are doing is protecting the water for our children's children. So I'm not sure we need to bake a number into the RFP, but I think we want to have that focus. And just based on the previous comments that people were making, I'm not sitting on a board, I'm sitting on a chair. So I guess, does that mean I qualify?
I'm not going to comment on you being ejected, but in any event, thanks for your comments. And I think a lot of us would echo your thoughts in terms of the importance of the environment and water quality in particular. So I don't know that I hear a lot of disagreement in terms of what we need to do here. It's just maybe an enhancement to this resolution. CAO Mariotti, would you like to comment on that? Because I think we can probably cover this off, or if you'd like to come back next month with a changed resolution, that's another option. But I'm thinking we could probably, in terms of the sort of a working group and developing terms of reference, in other words, a bit of a mandate for that working group would be helpful. So could you comment, please?
Yeah, so just to clarify, I thought the working group was there to assist in creating the terms of reference for the RFP. Are you talking about now, Chair Cooper, doing an RFP, doing a terms of reference for the working group? Because my understanding is, okay, yeah. So my thought process is, if we involve a working group, is that the working group works hand in hand with the GBB to basically craft the RFP. if that works. In which case, what I can do, and I don't know if council as a whole consensus also wants to have a public meeting, which is going to be in the off season, so it'll probably be likely better to have it done. Maybe, well, certainly include a remote option, but I can ask GBB to come back with a revised quote that will include time and effort related to working groups and maybe holding a public meeting. Because it will come back as more than the 15,000 that was previously approved by council. So then at the next meeting, we can say, well, here's a revised quote, and then council will have to obviously vote on that additional budget item.
So I don't know what the rest of council feel. I think we also want to get on with this. And I'm sort of sensing that it's certainly important to involve the public, but I think holding this up for a public meeting might not necessarily be, well, might not be necessary. But certainly the working group and the terms of reference assisting would be along the lines of where I was going with it. But anybody have a concern with us moving forward?
Through you, Chair Cooper, I think it's a great idea, actually, and I'm not sure how involved we would be after the RFP process in following up and making sure that the things we wanted to see within the RFP were carried out. So I don't think there needs to be any additional wording in the resolution. I think really what we're going to try and achieve as councillors to get this off the ground, but have input into the RFP or what is going to be demanded within the RFP. Correct? Okay, so I'm fine, and I think we should move this forward and fund this. Thank you.
So just Councillor Graziano, just to clarify, but we would need to put some verbiage in there about the working group. I just want to make sure I understood where you were coming from. And I think we need to bring some clarity there. Sorry?
If I may, Chair Cooper, there is in the current scope dialogue back and forth between GBB and council, and maybe it could be possibly also a discussion at a committee of the whole as well. So maybe capture the working group and have that discussion at a committee of the whole, get that interaction back and forth, and then move on, as opposed to trying to set up, another working group that may, that in itself may take some time if we want to try and identify individuals out there. So,
but we could still put the verbiage in the resolution that working group would be established.
So that's where I was coming from, is if we have the dialogue through a committee of the whole, because they will be coming back. But it's up to, if we want to have multiple working group meetings to create the terms of reference, then that's possible.
So are you suggesting we defer this and send it to committee of the whole?
No, I'm suggesting to wrap up the feedback that they might get from council at a committee of the whole, and have a working group session there, as opposed to having a working group off the side. It's up for council to. Okay,
so one more Councillor Graziano, and I'm sure that our clerk has captured all of this, so that I don't have to write this resolution. But that's why you're here. Yeah, indeed. So Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Chair Cooper. Just two things, if I may, very quickly. One, with regards to Councillor Bocek's comments on having visibility after the RFP goes out and the selection process and who gets what, and perhaps we can instruct the group that does the RFP and or puts out the RFP to come back to council with a grid that outlines what we had in our terms of reference and how closely this group or the approved vendor or the vendor who wins the bid aligns to those requirements. So simply a grid outlined in the report with check marks on this is what we wanted and this is what they were offering, and maybe a check mark that's not there for the event that they're not offering that service. And that could help, give us visibility to, how closely aligned this group is and what they're going to be offering. And for future, given that we're going to be committing to 3 years with this group, I think I'd like to be able to know specifically what we're buying and what we're getting. The other concern that I have very quickly is if we bring this back to Cal, as our CAO suggested, I think that's an efficient use of time and a great suggestion. The only concern that I have is that we have 7 divergent opinions, and getting us to align can be tough. So that could be a lengthy conversation at Cal to begin with. I think if we were to reduce it down to maybe 3 members of council, that could help, make the conversation flow a little easier. But that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graziano. One more, Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I like this idea of coming to Cal. Cal provides a public forum as well. And yes, it may provide more feedback than maybe can be accommodated right off the bat. But Councillor Graziano, I think that having the transparency of a full and hearty discussion around what is required within the RFP, I think is probably a wholesome way of looking at things. And I would appreciate that way of doing it as opposed to setting up a working group, which is just going to provide a longer period of time before we get into that RFP process. If we do it with Cal, we get it done a little bit more efficiently and I would say quickly, but efficiently at the same time. And then if I look at the work schedule provided by by Generations Effect, it says presentation and review with township after the information gathering. So if I took the information gathering process, Cal as part of that, if I took then look at the next thing, they have a presentation review with township, that's us. And then first draft of RFP for client review. Client, I presume, is us as well. So all that's encompassed within the work schedule that's been provided to us. All we got to do is clarify the information gathering process. And if we go with a Cal that gets all of our input, plus any public input that may come to the fore, then I think we've encompassed what we need to do here, and I think we can at the same time get things moving along. So I'm happy with the way things have come before us. I think just that clarification that we bring Cal into the process would be a good idea.
So thank you for your thoughts. And I think what you're suggesting is that Cal would be sufficient versus having a working group. I'm not sure that everybody's on that necessarily on that page, but I think it's part of the process. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any reason why we couldn't, at the initial stages, have a working group to work with the service provider. So that's just my view. But I think we've got a resolution being drafted here. And is there anything else from CAO Mariotti before we last on here?
No, lots of good conversation.
It was been in depth.
Through you, Chair, a point.
Yes.
I like the idea of Cal that was brought up by our CAO. Unfortunately, Cal would exclude a few of us because we're board members of some of the identified individual agencies that would be bidding on this RFP. The mayor, myself, and I don't know somebody else here. So we may have a little bit of an issue reaching quorum at Cal in order to discuss it, but we would have to have that talk previous to. Yeah.
My goodness.
So
Would you like to read this?
I can if you want me.
I think it'd be great.
Okay.
So we're going to have the clerk read this if you don't mind. And I won't speak to it.
Okay, so I think I captured everything, but I'm just, if you want to cross something off, by all means, but okay. So the council approved Generations Effect as the sole service provider to develop and manage the RFP process for the purposes of soliciting third-party interest in the provisions of water quality testing across the township of Georgian Bay. And that council directs staff to bring the draft RFP to committee of the whole. And that council directs staff to form a water quality testing working group to draft a terms of reference for Generations Effect. And that council appoint councillors blank and blank to the water quality testing working group. So feel free to.
I would be in favor of the cow approach as opposed to the working group approach. I think we would be able to capture what the working group would do in a cow meeting. And I think if councillors have researched and are prepared at the committee of the whole, we'll get the same input. It'll just be in a more compact timeline.
What would you suggest be done about the councillors that and the mayor that would maybe not be able to participate?
I'm not sure that they, so maybe the clerk could correct me on this, but they just wouldn't be able to vote on a resolution, or would they not be able to talk to it at committee of the whole, because we don't have the same rules at committee of the whole, right?
So I'm not going to speak on whether someone has to make a declaration or not, but what I can say, as long as the meeting starts with quorum and more than one member then declares a conflict of interest, the conversation can continue as long as there's not less than 2 people remaining at the table.
So we should be able to achieve that. We don't have a bio break.
We can't hear you guys.
I think it's best that we move towards a cow meeting where all council members could be involved as opposed to just 2 members sitting on a committee. So I would vote in favor of the cow meeting over the committee. And perhaps out of the cow meeting, we would come up with a decision that we would put 2 members together on a special advisory committee or something. But let's get it into cow and have that discussion. I think that's the important part right now.
Okay, so thank you. I really need to wrap this up. Councillor Graziano, you've got a couple of words?
I don't have words. I have a question pertaining to Ms. Way's resolution. Can you read the sections, the second part specifically, the part that pertains to the terms of reference we are going to be issuing to the Georgian Bay?
Right, so if it goes to Cal, what I wrote was that the draft RFP come to the committee. I suppose that could be the draft terms of reference for the RFP, if that provides better clarification. Versus when we were talking about the water quality testing group, I referenced it specifically as the terms of reference because that was how the dialogue and the conversation went.
So to confirm, if it comes to Cal, we're not developing terms of reference. Is that correct?
It could be. Do you want it to be?
I think that's the point here, is that we are developing terms of reference that will be used to go to market for the bid. So it's not terms of reference that we are creating for the group that's going to be doing the RFP. It is terms of reference that that group will use and distribute to vendors that are bidding.
Yes.
Yes.
If we can articulate that in the motion, that would be great.
I think our clerk thinks it's there.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you.
I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah, we need to clarify this motion. My thinking is that the recommendation that is in the report that we have here is the first paragraph of your new motion. That hasn't changed, I don't think. But if we just have the inclusion of cow as part of the information gathering process, which is part of the work schedule, so we just include that. What happens at cow, we don't know how cow is going to turn out. It could be that from cow we decide we need a working group, but we won't know that until we have cow. So why don't we just include cow and go from there? So in other words, the motion as it stands with the addition of a cow processing the information gathering, and then Cal will tell us where we need to go from there. It would simplify the motion is all I'm getting at.
Right. So the draft motion that I prepared captured all of the dialogue.
I know, but I don't know that we need working groups at this
Because
time.
it's easier for me to take things off than it is for me to add things.
Right,
So,
I think we agreed that we would pull the working group.
okay.
so it's just the first two that
Correct.
council directs staff to bring the draft terms of reference to the committee of the whole.
If that sounds okay to me, could our CAO just weigh in quickly on that? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm envisioning having more than one committee of the whole, actually, is the first is to get the feedback from committee. And then they will go away and craft, the document that will include the feedback that council feels or committee feels is appropriate. And then they can come back to a following committee of the whole, which will be November, to just ratify, okay, this is what it's going to look like. And then it can be issued. So I want to make sure that it is inclusive. It's important. At the same time, we also have to let the professionals do their job in terms of crafting the nitty-gritty of the terms of reference. So what we're looking for here really is broad direction and not getting to the weeds of actually writing out the terms of reference. Otherwise, we might as well save ourselves $15,000 and do the RFP ourselves through the working group.
So just to clarify, I think there'd be a little bit of a delay, but still we're going to get this wrapped up before the end of the year. And so I'd like to move on and do we need to reread this again, or would you like to reread this?
Two.
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
That council approves Generation Effect as the sole service provider to develop and manage the RFP process for the purposes of soliciting third-party interest in the provisions of water quality testing across the township of Georgian Bay. And the council directs staff to bring back bring the draft terms of reference to the committee of whole.
I couldn't hear that, but hands up.
Sorry, my apologies. Let me speak to that problem. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. I think that passes unanimously. Oh, and as your temporary chair, I declare this time to go for a bio break. Back at 11:30. Thought we were playing charades and you were. Here we go. You're welcome.
Yes. So, for everyone's information, we are changing our agenda a little bit in that the order of the agenda, in that we're now going to go into closed meeting or closed session, and then come back to the rest of our open agenda later this afternoon, hopefully not too much later, but we'll find out. So I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano, whereas section 2392 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 2392. And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following section of 2392. Council closed minutes of August 14th, 2023. Legal files listing, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. CAO KPI setting, personal matters about an individual, identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, labor relations or employee negotiations. I always have to read all these things. And fire services update, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Now be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed council session at 11:31 a.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. And just to confirm for our general public and Councilor Graziano, we're going into close now because we have people who want to present who are now available. It may not be later, and we will be coming back out into open to complete the rest of our agenda sometime later. And Councilor Graziano, I believe you have a Teams connection link to get to us, and so we will see you shortly. Councilor Cooper.
And just an addition, and when we come back, we're going to find that this room is going to be a little warmer.
Fingers crossed.
I'm going to bring my gloves next time. Thank you.
All right. Back, we're going into closed, and to anybody watching, we'll see you sometime later this afternoon. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting of September 11th, 2023. We're coming out of closed. And with that, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:38 p.m. All those in favor? And I see enough votes and waving and whatnot to believe that is carried. And I have moved by Councillor Graziano, Councillor Graziano's frozen. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm going to say moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts the August 14th, 2023 closed council minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Yeah, I know. He's in a very, Councilor Graziano is in a very favorable mood. So with that, we're now going to return to our agenda where we left off this morning, and that would be the final staff report, which is the Municipal Grant Policy version 2 of 2023 Financial IT Services Department. And Ms. Boutiette, I believe that's over to you, please.
Thank you. Yes, and through your worship, I wasn't present for the first version that came to the Committee of the Whole on August 15th. The August 15th version was borrowed, and I did do air quotes there, from another municipality. So it was not something that could have easily been put in a track change form because it was completely different. It is my understanding from the notes from a few members who were in attendance that council really would have preferred that our prior municipal recreation grant policy, which was from 2016, just be brought back and amended slightly with a few items. And this is what version 2 is all about. It's a track changes version of our 2016 policy.
All right, thank you very much. So we're basically updating a policy 7 years after its initial inception. Councillor Predko, looks like you want to speak first. Go ahead, please.
I never get the first word in, so this is exciting.
Congratulations.
My first smile of the day.
Yes, you've been with us, what, 9 months or 10 months now, and you get the first word in. Go.
Just quick question on the timing. So we revised the date of applications from the fall to up until March 31st. How will we affect the budget process? So will we be in the fall or version 1 or version 2 of our budget drafts? Will we be assuming a total number for recreational grants and then refining that number as we get grants through the winter period?
Through your worship, if I may. I'm gonna do a minor correction. So these are no longer recreation grants, but municipal grants with a bigger umbrella. And the intent would be that council would put forward an allocation in the budget of an amount of council's choice, and that 90% of that would be distributed to the applicants between January. Well, the applicants that apply between January and March 31st, and that 10% would be retained for in-year items of low value. So if, for example, council were to put an allocation of $10,000 and we'd receive applications for 15,000, did I say 10,000? Yes, 15,000, then they would all get proportionate of the 90%.
Okay, and then if an organization was making an application for a grant or an allocation outside of that budget process, March to March 31st, they had a need for something that wasn't planned for at the beginning of the year, they would still, as we have seen in the past, be allowed to come and make a request to council through a written or a delegation.
Again, if it's of small nature, we have that 10% left of the allocation, so staff would be able to make that decision. And if it's beyond that scope, or if there is no money left, absolutely, they would be able to follow our normal delegation process to request it directly from council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. My Wi-Fi decided to go down at the most opportunist time. Just very quickly, under section 3, eligibility, is there a way, Ms. Bouquet, to tighten up the eligibility and make it a little bit more objective? Because as it stands, I read it to be somewhat subjective. And I'm wondering whether or not anyone who's reading the policy may feel that it's not defined well enough. So that's the only comment that I have, is whether or not we could perhaps define it a little bit tighter. Thank you.
Ms. Bouquet.
Through your worship, do you have any recommendations?
I don't. I'll defer back to staff on the recommendations. But if I just look at the document here, demonstrate local community support, efficient use of resources, and sound business practices. That to me is a little subjective. I mean, how are we going to be able to confirm, sound business practices? And association or groups must clearly demonstrate community benefits. What would be appropriate for community benefits? How would that be defined?
If I may, unless Ms. Booth yet wanted to respond.
Well, I definitely, through your worship, could give examples of things that are in line with the community and also council strategic plan. Like prior, it was focused on recreation. Now we would probably include, things of environmental nature. Council has already determined and showed us through their strategic priorities that that's important to them. So really, if in doubt, council, senior management team would discuss it as a whole, and if still in doubt after a discussion as a whole, we would definitely pool council on their opinions. So leaving it general opens the door to creativity. If somebody wants to show that it's got a community benefit that we might not have thought of while drafting this policy, it's still eligible by leaving the guidelines a little broader.
Yeah, and I think, if I may, before I go over to Councillor Jarvis, is one of the advantages of this is it's a limited pool of funds. B, it will be shared amongst all the applicants, so the I'll call it the risk level is relatively low. But C, any group can make an appeal directly to council if they so wish, especially if they fall outside what they think are the parameters that senior management team believe are relevant. But yes. Anyway, with that, Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I can also helpfully add that within the grant policy request form, there are specific questions that need to be answered that might address what you've just showed concerns for, Councillor Graziano. And I'm just wondering if maybe that might help with the whole thing. I mean, it says right there, describe specifically how the requested funds will be used, what the impact will be on the community, what other community or financial support is being given, that type of thing. So there are some questions to be answered within the request document itself that may, I think, clear up any questions you may have. I could be wrong.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
So I like the cleaning up of this thing. I do have a question though, and that is, we've got a criterion here of, in existence, a minimum for 1 year. What if somebody came to us and wanted to do something environmental or water quality, and didn't have a formal organization, but had a small community group who were going to do something that we could see the outcome of that would be of significant value, but both to the community and to the township. The fact that they perhaps hadn't been operating as a community group for a year is that really a criteria that we want to put in there? In other words, you know, they may not be capable of operating without a community a grant. But what they are doing may be of significant value. So I'm concerned that we're wrapping parameters around here that may exclude some activities that we as a township might want to fund.
Ms. Boutier.
Through your worship, I think if one of those circumstances were to come and cross my desk, I would do one of two things. I would probably recommend that the person or group with idea that hasn't been in existence for a year partner with an organization that has been in existence for more than a year, or that they would directly delegate to council, and then council would get to choose, because these are staff decisions of very low value.
I understand. I guess something else that might be useful is if they or their mentors had a track record of doing environmentally friendly things of value to the community, that could be another criteria. I guess what I'm hearing from you is that you would be open to relaxing some of these criteria depending on the circumstances, and I think that would be important for us to be able to ensure that we are not putting arbitrary criteria on here that eliminates people that might do good things for our community.
Through your worship, at the staff level, we would abide by the policy. Therefore, if it is passed in the state that it's in, we would not approve it, but we would strongly find an avenue for them to be able to have a voice at council.
Okay, thank you. I have one question, and that is, and please correct me if I'm misreading it, but I believe I've heard from you that you would allocate funds proportionately between the applicants. So allow me to invent a scenario. We have 3 cottage associations who are wanting to put on a regatta. And one applies for $500, one applies for $1,000, and one applies for $1,500. Does that mean and let's say you can only give them half the money because of all the others? Does that mean one's going to get $250, one's going to get $500, one's going to get $750? Or will you look at the 3 and say, well, they're all basically the same thing. We're going to give $500 to each one. And you know, so, and if you say, well, no, you'd base it on their application, are we then encouraging everybody to apply for $1,500 whether they need it or not, because they know they're going to get, they suspect they might get less?
Through your worship, if I recall the crafting of the policy properly, it is based on the people who benefit from it. So if one regatta would only serve 30 people and the other regatta serves 1,000 people, it's proportionate on the services they are offering to the community.
And not necessarily the amount they ask for.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Cooper, please.
Well, thank you for the question, Mayor, because I think it goes to also other activities that are similar to that, because there are regattas, which are a one-day event. But I can tell you in my community, there's a recreation program that runs most of the summer. And instead of getting $500, they get $1,000, but the program costs about, I forget, 30,000 or something like that. So is that proportionate? I'd say it's probably not. So if that community came to you and said, well, this is what it costs us to run this, it's for 110 kids and it's for 8 weeks, we would like to have $5,000 worth of support, not 500. That would be a legitimate question.
Through your worship, these are low value municipal grants of 1,500 or less. Should they require more, they're coming directly to council through our normal delegation process. So if we are in the situation that we need to proportionately allocate due to the fact that the pool has been spent or is intended to be spent in its entirety, we would be looking as a senior team of the benefits, the cost, and I'm sure we would have justifications of the proportionate of money determined for each of the organizations.
So come to the answer is come to council with a special ask as opposed to the maximum, which is 1,500. but it's something we could advise that community. Thank you.
Don't have my mic on. If you played like Eric, I'd call you slow hand till the day was done. Any other comments, council? Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Bocheck.
If I recall correctly, there were funds allocated in 2023 for these types of programs, so that money is unspent. I'm not sure that applications that were made for this year were appropriately responded to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So could we, firstly, could we respond to those requests at some point soon for 2023, not for next year? And I presume any funds that are remaining from 2023 will be rolled into whatever fund we set up for 2024 apropos of this motion, correct?
Correct. Through your worship, we were kind of in a limbo without, an old policy and a revised policy. We would definitely advise them that there's a new process for 2024, but we would probably roll out, and I still need discussions with our CAO about that, but we would probably roll out the same process to allocate the 23 funds that we have. Probably parallel if they want a refund of 23 items.
Believe me, I can think of one association that would love to see some money from 2023, but so as long as that is being dealt with and those that made the application are being responded to, I'd appreciate that.
Yep.
Councillor Bocheck, please.
It was answered. I'm okay.
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. Seeing no other hands, I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts the municipal grant policy and that the event grant funding and municipal recreation grant funding policies are hereby repealed. Those are being the policies from 2016 and 2017. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And we thereby end the staff reports portion of our meeting, and we're going into the new business portion of our meeting. And the first item on there is protecting members of council. Councillor Graziano, please.
Sorry, guys, just working from an iPad, so I have to flicker from behind back and forth on two different documents here. So bringing this back to council, we're waiting a consult and a legal opinion from geez, I was going to say Peter Pickfield, I apologize, but for Mr. O'Connor, and we've received that now. And after which I thought that it makes sense, given that we have not yet brought this for council as a final discussion to decide. Now, I brought this back in its original form. I did make a subsequent change, which is section 16.2, which was Mr. O'Connor's suggestion as we discussed it during that meeting. Specifically, a member of council shall also indemnify for all of their legal or paralegal fees, expenses, or applicable taxes incurred if they are retaining a lawyer or paralegal to provide counsel, advice, or representation on any matter that is later shared with the township or members of the public in support of a defense or daily duties as a counselor. And that was discussed and added. I then thought post release of this this document on our agenda that perhaps I would create a friendly amendment, and that friendly amendment to my own motion would read such as, or would read as, a member of council shall be indemnified, for their legal or paralegal fees, expenses, and applicable taxes up to a maximum of $8,000 per term of counsel if they retain a lawyer or paralegal to provide counsel, advice, or representation on any related matter to the code of conduct, including but not limited to an informal or formal complaint made by the Integrity Commissioner or an investigation by any Integrity Commissioner. Section 16(1)B be created that reads, the Integrity Commissioner may at their discretion recommend against indemnification should they find that the breach to be so egregious that the counselor should have knowingly refrained from such actions, including but not limited to racial comments, sexual harassment, or profanities directed at staff or fellow counselors. So that is the amendment to 16.1, based on the original writing that I would recommend. And this essentially would ensure that counselors are capped with the amount that would fall into a term of council for 4 years. So we would have to ensure that there's enough budget there to cover the $50,000 of the 40 odd some thousand. It's 8,000 times 7 for the term. But at the same time, not covering issues that are so egregious that the counselor should have knowingly already understood that what they were doing was not correct. And then lastly, if we do seek personal advice at our own expense and have to at a later point share that that information with council or with members of public in support of a request through council, then we are covered for it as well. So that is what I've brought back today and over to council for further deliberation.
All right. Thank you very much. It's going to be a little bit difficult for us to discuss this without that in front of us, but I just want to see if I summarized, is that you're suggesting that each councillor would have a cap of $8,000 per term. Is that for the two items combined?
That is for just integrity commissioner complaints.
Okay.
And for anything that pertains to an integrity commissioner complaint, that there's a cap of $8,000 with the possibility of it not even being covered based on the investigation and the recommendation of the integrity commissioner themselves. So if it's so egregious that they should have been aware of this, then they can make a recommendation that not be covered.
And that could be part of the integrity commissioner's report in effect.
Correct.
And then the second section, you also had the, unless it's egregious, I believe, applying to the second section.
The second section will stay as it is, which is essentially just the amount, if in the event that we were to give our information or the information we acquire through our own, legal consult or advice back to the township for them to use at a later date, or to constituents that perhaps endeavor to create an integrity commissioner complaint, and we have to share that information. So it's more of a retroactive payment. And I'll allow me to give you kind of an example. Let's say for myself, I seek legal advice on a conflict of interest. I am then told that there is no conflict of interest, so I proceed to sit in on the matter. A member of the public feels otherwise and launches an integrity commissioner complaint. I notify the integrity commissioner through their investigation that I sought legal counsel. Legal counsel informed me that I was clear of that issue or that conflict. And I have to furnish the integrity commissioner, as part of their investigation, that letter, that document, that email, whatever it may be, that those costs be covered rather. And hopefully that clarifies.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to turn it over to council for some discussion. And I think Councilor Cooper, I see your hand, please. Wait, I know I see your hand.
Oh, dear. Listen, just a couple of comments. Generally speaking, I support this initiative. And of course, being a councillor, you can say, of course you would. Well, I think it's, we've been given a number of examples in this report, but I think we can think of even more of them where councillors are indemnified for getting assistance to deal with some of these things. I think there's some provisos in here that allow for no payment going out if it's vexatious and problematic and troubling. I think that, if you consider the amount of time our counselors put in, the costs they incur to get here, the pay is pretty paltry. I'm not complaining. I like the work. But I just think in a counselor having to cover off these kind of expenses is unfair. And I think added to that is that I think it's appropriate, and we do look after our staff and give them indemnification. Why wouldn't what's good for the goose be good for the gander? So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please, followed by Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and thank you, Christian, for bringing this forward, Councillor Graziano. I have a few comments on this, and similar to what Councillor Cooper had just said, I was a victim a few years ago of allegations that weren't true and proven to be not true, but that little short stint was $25,000. And you know, thank God there was an indemnity clause in it, and I didn't have to pay that out of pocket. And I had a discussion with my wife about this and said, it's were to happen, but it was an integrity commissioner deal. She says, you don't even make that much a year, let alone put it out in defending yourself. So there's merit to this. I don't know if the numbers match up correctly. I don't know all the details that are involved around it, but I would hate to think that, you know, given my time as a public servant here, that if I did something wrong, that it would cost me out of my own pocket. And I, you know, we've all been sworn to an oath. We all know where we stand, and I think this exposes the counselors and their family to unnecessary financial burden. But again, all the details around this, one of my thoughts were say the counselor was guilty of a code of conduct and he went out and sought legal advice and he was found guilty by the integrity commissioner. Are we still indemnifying him for that when he was guilty? I don't see anything to that. So I'd just like some more clarity that that would wrap this up, but I do support it in its entirety, but I need to have a few more details on qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So I've struggled with this a little bit. I think, you know, in the first time we talked about it, I have looked at this as in the sense that it's self-serving for council and is an expense to the township that is protecting us with little benefit for the township itself. You know, I've seen and I've been talking and researching different situations where there are vexatious claims against councillors in different situations, and I'm, you know, softening that position that I hold a little bit, that there are moments where there may be undue expenses incurred by a councillor trying to defend themselves against a vexatious claim. But I still see the bottom line on this as a little bit steep for what I feel comfortable with. The one avenue that we haven't looked at or gone down is the use of insurance policies for indemnifying councillors. And I know of at least one company that in Ontario will provide insurance for conflict of interest insurance for elected officials, and that's for Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And what I would be interested in pursuing is a staff report on whether or not that is an effective means of providing some indemnification to councillors individually, and what that cost might be. If that would cover off a good deal of what is being proposed in this motion, perhaps we can, you know, decrease that number from $50,000 to something that is more reasonable. And we can also perhaps deal with integrity commissioner issues separately, and as I think proposed by Councillor Graziano, have a capped amount per councillor for the term for that situation. But I'm not sure how to word a resolution or a friendly amendment to ask for a referral to staff for investigating an option for insurance for counselors, or if that's something that would be done separately.
Thank you. CEO Mariotti, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor Kritzer. To Councillor Predko's point, yes, I mean, our current indemnification bylaw, it dates back from 2003. So it's 20 years old, and I think these discussions do warrant for staff to go back and come up with some updates. Councillor Graziano's motion included for municipalities that have some more up-to-date indemnification bylaws. And so there's absolutely no reason why we can't craft something in the spirit of what council here is talking about. But let me bring council back as to the tools and mechanisms that we have, right now, because I want to make sure that council doesn't think that we have nothing. No, we have several layers of protection, if you like, and it really starts off with education. The orientation and the training that staff puts on for council certainly at the start of each term. There's orientation, which hopefully has proven helpful for for our new councillors. But if a councillor isn't sure what to do or what to say, this is where staff comes in to assist. We don't want a councillor or the township to be exposed to any form of liability, because it costs the township money and staff the time to have to answer to any complaints. If after speaking to a member of staff, a councillor is still not sure what to do, they can pick up the phone or email our integrity commissioner. That is why we have our IC on a retainer, to provide advice on the very concerns that this motion is raising. And that's why she's available, is to give council guidance as to what to do before you get into trouble. If feedback from the IC still isn't satisfactory, then staff can ask for legal advice, and we've done that. So as you can see, we have a multi-layer system already in place to help council so that you don't become the recipient of a code complaint. Now, should a councillor, council as a whole, or the township or individual member of staff be sued while dealing in good faith on a township business matter, then our insurance already covers us, as Councillor Bocek has mentioned. And this does exist within our indemnification bylaw. But you're correct, our insurance currently does not cover code of conduct complaints. However, and maybe staff haven't been clear enough on this point, when an IC investigates a code complaint, the IC acts independently for both parties. It may not feel like that, but they do not pick a side. They simply investigate the nitty-gritty of the code complaint, and they will interview both sides. The system is set up so that one shouldn't need to lawyer up. Council has received legal advice on this matter. If we start the lawyering up process, the process itself will take much longer, and it will become much more costly for the township as a whole. So in a sense, I'd rather put the money towards additional training and work on the prevention rather than wait for the cure, which I've said would be a lot more expensive. However, we can take away some of the feedback, create an amended indemnification bylaw for council's review, which is what I would recommend, is that you basically tell staff to come back with a revised bylaw, indemnification bylaw. And to Councillor Graziano's second point, which is, and I'm paraphrasing this very, very loosely, is basically a councillor can go away and spend money on consultant fees and legal fees to then bring information back to council as a whole. That's not individual councillor's role. You need council direction first before an individual councillor can spend monies and go away and get, spend monies on legal and planning advice and any other advice. So I just want to caution you that on the second component.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. And I think CEO Mariotti has basically sort of asked or answered my queries, because I have concerns. I was going back and forth on this as well, and the additional wording that Councilor Graziano put into his motion did make me feel a little bit better, but I think that it's better that we give staff an opportunity to come back to us on this. Having said that, I do have a question. I'm just wondering if under the circumstances, there were legal fees paid by a counselor, could the counselor not come back to council and request from council some reimbursement of those fees? Then it becomes council's decision as to whether they feel that's justified or not. That can be done, correct?
Yeah, even so, I know of at least one of the, I believe it's Toronto, the indemnification bylaw that Council Graziano had as an example. The individual council involved would have to go to an executive committee of the city of Toronto to ask to get the money back, and the city solicitor writes a report to say yes, it makes sense, or no, it doesn't, and then the individual gets reimbursed. So it is. I mean, council at the end can decide whether to,
Right.
you know, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So if I have it clear on conflict of interest, indemnification exists. And I think Councillor Bochek echoed the fact that he was indemnified for that particular matter. On code of conduct, indemnification does not exist. We are not covered. I would offer, in my opinion, training will likely do nothing to solve that. We've had lots of training, but I have been the recipient of 3 code of conduct violations. 2 were dismissed out of hand, but they required me to invest significant time and effort to respond to them. And the first was flagged as inadvertent or something like that, but continued to require significant effort and legal guidance. And my point on this is no training in the world could have ever caused me to avoid those code of conduct challenges. So we are sitting ducks on the code of conduct topic. And to Councillor Bochek's comment, we get very little income. If we have to defend ourselves on a code issue and it bankrupts our family, that's pathetic. That is something that we will never get anybody to sit up here as a councillor again when we have that kind of experience taking place. So I think that what Councillor Graziano has provided here is certainly the 16.1 amendment, 100%. The 16.2, I tend to be in favor of it. There may be a desired option to get council to approve it, where information is being found and brought back that should be of value to the township and to the council. Perhaps that's a softer way of approving it, as opposed to something that a councillor is actually bringing that kind of legal expertise independently without authorization. So post authorization might be appropriate, but we are on this code of conduct thing hung out to dry, and we don't make anything significant in the way of an income to justify the liabilities that we are faced with. And we desperately need to change this policy in our township.
Thank you. I guess I have a few comments I'd like to make before we go into a second round. First of all, I very much look at this in 2 separate sections. The first section being the code of conduct and the integrity commissioner. If I understand things correctly, the maximum penalty that integrity commissioner can suggest, which needs to be approved by council, is 3 months' pay. And so in my mind, you know, it's like the costs of defending yourself have to be weighed against the cost of the penalty itself. And I fully recognize that there's the we'll call it non-financial aspect of it, and that is having your name dragged through the mud per se. But I mean, and by the way, I'm in favor of having the staff update the 2003 indemnification policy, and I think, you know, after 20 years and the changes in the legal environment and all that sort of stuff, it is overdue, and I would be all in favor of that. But I think we have to, you know, recognize that the integrity commissioner is a somewhat informal procedure. I mean, it's not in front of a judge. The only actual, I'll call it judge, is council, if council receives an integrity commissioner report and then council actually makes the final decision. And I know in the past, council has not always followed the recommendations of the integrity commissioner. So I think that has to be, you know, if staff were to consider some form of indemnification on integrity commissioner situations, I think that has to somehow be taken into account, that it's actually council will make the final decision on the penalty, which is very different than the situation that Councillor Bocek was referring to, which was not an integrity commissioner investigation. It was actually something brought in front of the courts, and therefore involved external lawyers and things like that. It was a different situation. Section 16.2, quite frankly, makes me nervous, in that it would allow an individual counselor to seek legal advice on a matter, and simply by then taking whatever that opinion is and emailing it to all of council, that those legal fees are covered. And I don't see any limitation. So I could go out, hire a lawyer, spend $50,000 on getting a great argument together for something that's important to me, share it with council, and all of a sudden our $50,000 budget is gone. And I'm thinking, that's inappropriate. If council as a whole thinks we should hire a lawyer to look into the matter, that's a whole different story than an individual counselor making that decision. And so I'm very nervous about the 16.2, where we would allow an individual counselor to go out and spend money without the knowledge or approval of council or staff, and then come back and, based on simply sharing the information with everybody else, feel that they should be indemnified. That makes me very nervous, because you know, and if we pass any sort of bylaw like this, don't forget, it's not just doesn't affect us, it affects any future counselor we may have on council here. And we know this province has many examples over past history of rogue counselors that go way off the mark. And can you imagine giving this ability of a rogue counselor to spend 50 grand on something that the other 6 counselors might think is absurd? I think we'd have to be very careful with anything that resembles the draft 16.2, the way I read it. With that, I see hands up, so I think we're going to do a second round, and we'll start with Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and a lot of good comments today. I had left out of my first sort of observations things like that has been raised, but I think it's really important to raise again: attracting constituents to run for council. I think the way this is set up at the moment is a huge and inappropriate disincentive. And I think we need to remember that. If we want people, good people on council, let's treat them fairly. So that would be my first point. And while I appreciate the point made by our CAO regarding training, yes, we can give training, but training doesn't take into account vexatious charges. I've been subject to them, and lies by former employees. And I don't mind saying it. I'm not going to mention their names, but it's happened. And decisions made by the integrity commissioner subject to that kind of information, completely unfair. So I think we do need to look at this, and there may be some tweaking required. But I think it makes a lot of sense to remember that we want to be fair to everybody, not just our employees, not just to our constituents, but to our councillors as well, our fellow councillors. And I realize that the code of conduct is a different matter than the MCIA, Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, where you are covered, but not for the code of conduct, especially when it may be a vexatious charge that's been not properly investigated. So I just want to make those points because they are legitimate points. Thank you.
Thank you. I must say, I would not expect you to make illegitimate points. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, a couple of points here. So I'm going to request some latitude on my comments. Number one, there seems to be a lot of misconceptions here today, specifically on 16.2. And for that, I have to apologize. Clearly, I was not effective in articulating its intent. So allow me to address those misconceptions. 16.2, as Mr. O'Connor advised, which I want to emphasize Ottawa does allow, we heard him say this, is intended to cover the costs wherein a counselor is or has to submit information that he or she has received from their lawyer, or advice that he or she has received from their lawyer in support of a defense. That defense may be a question around pecuniary interest. That defense may be around, a conflict of interest when a counselor seeks advice on their own and then has to furnish the township with that advice in order to cover their name. They should be indemnified. This is not carte blanche for a counselor to say, hey, I sought legal advice and here's my $50,000 bill. It is strictly when the township requires or requests that information, or where the person has to use that information at the request of an integrity commissioner, that they be covered. So that hopefully addresses any misconceptions about 16.2. It is not open season for legal bills to come through. Second to that, I want to draw on Councillor Bocek's comments, specifically in that, why should our families and ourselves be impacted for our civic duties? Why should we put ourselves on the line to sit here today and serve our constituents? Why should our families be impacted? And this is the crux of the issue. I earn $12,000 in honorarium per year after taxes. That's $1,000 a month. In that, not only do I have to show up for council because I ran for council and it's my responsibility, my civic duty, but I also have to attend many different riding events. I have to answer and be accountable to many of my constituents who raise concerns, and those conversations go on and on and on. And there's many issues in my ward that make this not a part-time job, rather two jobs. I am a charity at this point in time. And why not just on top of it all, throw my legal costs in there as well, just to add to the charity of Councillor Graziano. Now I'm being facetious. I am, yes, a little bit here. However, at the end of the day, this was intended to ensure that at least we can breathe a little bit easier. And our mayor today advised that, yes, there are other costs outside of the cost that our lawyer is, specifically perception amongst our voting community and our constituents on integrity commissioner complaints. They never look good. And then also opportunity cost on the amount of time that I have to invest away from my family to defend and write a response to our integrity commissioner. That is time I'm never going to get back. So at the end of the day, we need to, as council, collectively agree that this is important to us and that we should not be left exposed to vexatious claims or even good faith issues. And I can think of a good faith issue where a previous councillor had inadvertently not declared a pecuniary interest, was taken to court, was found to have been guilty, but through no fault of their own, because they had assumed that something was no longer, they were no longer a member. And there was going to be times where we, to I think it was Councillor Hazelton's point or comments, that we won't know everything. We don't know what we don't know. And even though the binder that we receive on our first day of council is there that describes our code of conduct, there's a lot in the gray area that can be interpreted against us by our integrity commissioner. So in the end, whatever we decide today, this is not self-serving in the sense that it is a benefit that we will receive. Rather, this is a motion that was brought forward to ensure that we can do our jobs without always having to fear the IC. And at the same time, we can do our jobs without having to incur penalties that impact our family and our personal lives. And that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
One, I appreciate the clarification on item 16.2. Thank you, Councillor Graziano. I think we need to get that wording sorted out on that one so it's clear to us as per what you just noted. I'm of two minds still on this. I'm in agreement that we don't get paid enough to have to deal with a vexatious code of conduct complaint. And in my time watching council and over the last number of years not being on council but watching, I've seen things like that happen, and I thought it was pretty soul destroying to watch the councillors that had to deal with it. So I'm not keen on this type of thing being played out without a councillor having some sort of compensation for their efforts in defending what I would consider a vexatious complaint. However, vexatious complaints are supposed to be dealt with quickly by the IC. There's no guarantee, unfortunately, that would be the case. I would strongly recommend and would like to see our indemnification to bylaw or whatever it is that we've got. I'd like to see that updated. Maybe we can go from there. But at the moment, I'm still not keen, despite everything I've heard here and my own personal feelings. I'm not keen on going ahead with this without knowing what we can get back from staff. Thank you.
Councillor Predko, please.
This is why I don't like going last. Through you, your worship, I'm going to say what he said. So I'm just going to expand on that.
But he did get his hand up before yours.
I know, but I thought it first. What I also agree that I think I appreciate the wording and the motion that has been put forward by Councillor Graziano. And I'm concerned that we're seeing this out of context today without the full context of how this might be incorporated into our code of conduct policy and bylaw. And I'm wondering if we could, and if whether or not Councillor Graziano would be amenable to a friendly amendment, which would be, I guess, kind of a major friendly amendment, but that we refer to staff to incorporate these pieces into the code of conduct policy so that we can get their opinion and potentially have them rework it to see what is viable for protection for counselors, for code of conduct, and deal with the dollar amount at some point in the future, and look for whether or not there is insurance available for conflict of interest.
All right, any other comments? I think a couple of our counselors are very busy with their phones, so I will make my comments now, and that is that I would like to refer this back to staff. I find myself hesitant with some of these new business items, not to vote on prior to staff actually actively reviewing it. And I'm just wondering whether we could, instead of the motion in front of us, and we'd have to talk to the mover and seconder with regards to whether they want it still to be voted upon, but replace it with something in, for instance, I have in front of me a possible draft, which is, be it resolved that council directs staff to report on options for an updated identification bylaw and code of conduct bylaw with consideration given to the code of conduct, the MCIA, and use of insurance. In other words, this will come back in front of us, but with staff observations and recommendations. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
I'm just curious as to why you including the MCIA when we're already indemnified.
Because we're looking, because that bylaw, what we're asking them to do is update that bylaw, and we don't want to exclude it when they're doing their update necessarily.
Okay, just to carry on with that, but it's really.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. My apologies. Yep, so we would, it's in there just to make sure that we do the whole thing as
Yeah.
opposed to part of it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And his question was, why is the MCIA included in the proposed motion, whereas it's already covered, but that's covered by a 20-year-old bylaw.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I'm not adverse to updating the other bylaw, but I don't want to lose focus and intent of certainly 16.1, which I think we have general support for. In other words, I wouldn't want staff to come back with simply an updated insurance indemnity document, which completely ignores the code of conduct topic. And I think that what I've certainly heard enough of today is this is something that needs to be addressed. Maybe a couple of councillors don't like the words, but we need to get this into the policy somehow. And if we don't like the words of what's in front of us, then I want to ensure that staff understand that the intent of the words is what we're focusing on. I'm seeing nodding heads from other councillors, so that would be critical from my perspective.
Well, and of course, I think we automatically understand that any proposal that staff may prepare, we as council would be reviewing it. And I don't doubt that some councillors would point out that particular hole if they saw it there. Any other? Councillor Bocek, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graziano. I'll get to you after Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with everything that's been said here, especially by Council Hazelton. I think maybe the wording is not appropriate, but perhaps through a report from staff, it would. I know in the corporate world and not in the political world, but in the corporate world, there's cases where a salary is based on their exposure. And there's basically a $10,000 bonus in there that they use for legal defense. And if they don't use the legal defense, then guess what? They're on good behavior, so they get that money as an income and it's taxed. So I'm not suggesting that for this, because I think it would probably be illegal. But I think there's,
we could investigate.
I think there's merit. I think there's merit to what Councillor Graziano has brought forward. Because of personal experience, I see the value in this, and I don't want it to get lost in the talk about insurance and that type of thing. I think we really need to focus on on the effect that something like this would have on a counselor or their family. Because it could be very detrimental depending on the scope of the accusations. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
How about a $50,000 bonus? Thanks.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, I'm going to echo Councillor Hazelton in that as the mover, I'd be happy to refer this back to staff. However, I don't want to lose the intent of what it is that we are looking to achieve and what has been written. Now, whether they wish to go back to our internal legal counsel and seek advice on how to better word this, you know, I don't want to deviate from the structure. So with that being said, I'd be inclined to refer this back to staff without taking a vote here today. But I do want to emphasize that I'd like to see it come back in its current form. And second comment that I'd like to make, and somewhat of a cheeky comment, is that, as we all know, I have a municipal lawyer who practices municipal law, and this is the gentleman that actually wrote the verbiage that you are reading here today. And this would not be eligible for me sending back the bill to council has this passed. So just putting it out there that this is not what section 16.2 was recommending or suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if we just simply refer the existing motion back to staff, would that accomplish what we were hoping to accomplish with the replacement motion? Okay, so I'm just going to simply say to council.
Sorry. As long as they know it will impact the bylaw, I guess.
Well, that'll be.
But I think we're all understanding that it's a package deal.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say to council, all in favor of a referral, because I believe I have to call that vote. And we got everybody in favor of referral. So that matter has been referred to staff to work out how it might be able to fly to everyone's satisfaction. And Councillor Graziano, I'm afraid you're not off the hook, because the next item is yours as well. And that is Housing Accelerator Fund for Port Severn and Honey Harbor. Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just bringing this back to council, was presented last month by staff and withdrawn briefly. As we all know, we attended, a few of us attended AMO recently, and during one of the seminars, you know, and based on the content of the seminar, I had endeavored to decide to return this back to council. You know, I feel that it's prudent that we look at and complete the application and submit the application, even if it doesn't bear any fruit in future for development. At least the application is in and is submitted. I broadened the geographical area in which developers can, come forward and present their interest in perhaps developing to include all of Georgian Bay, not just limited to Port Severn and Honey Harbor, which I think the initial version was as well. And so just bringing this back to council in the hopes that we can at least get the application in and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please. You get to go first on this one.
I'm awake today. Just to clarify, the motion, even though the subject is for Port Severn and Honey Harbor, the impact could be for all of Georgian Bay Township, which includes MacTier. And that's directed to Councillor Graziano.
That is correct. Yes, it's all of Georgian Bay, MacTier down to Port Severn, as far as Honey Harbor and up in Cognition, if those in Cognition would like to develop. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it's very important to understand that this is applying for a fund to look into it. This is not giving approval for any particular development. Should something come forward, that would still have to come back to council. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Hazelton, please.
Yeah, I think that point, my question is quite clarified just now by you, Mr. Mayor, but my concern is by opening this up to all of Georgian Bay, that the infrastructure is not in place. I mean, it's a fact of life. There would be significant limitations on any kind of development like this. And I don't want people to think that we can just open up regions of the inland, any part of the municipality where the infrastructure just isn't there to support it, whether it's emergency services or the fact that no roads out in the water anyway. So if we apply for the municipality, generally speaking, you're suggesting that even if something comes back in our favor, we would still have the we would still be in a position where we could determine where it's gonna occur. And that's okay by me.
Yeah, because for one minor, or not minor, one major, but small factor in the whole thing is if it's going to some of these other places, they would have to change the zoning. That's a council matter.
Yeah, that would be a council
So,
member.
you know,
Yeah,
all those protective layers are still there.
okay.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I generally support the resolution. I did get some feedback from somebody in the community and wanted to just take a minute and read a couple of sentences because I think these are critical things that I had not thought of before. And here goes. The key is to the need to focus on affordable housing in an area with existing infrastructure and available social services. This includes, but would not be limited to water and wastewater, waste collection, education, institutions, and transit. The social services side, such as employment services or opportunities, income support services, child support services, physical and mental health services, usually requires additional programming, funding, and grants. When I read that and I thought of our township, I struggled very hard to envision an area that really is ideally located to be able to deliver on those kinds of criteria. But as I read it, I thought, yeah, oh my God, that is exactly what we need to be thinking about here. And right off the bat, we can eliminate several key areas of our township that don't even come close to having any of those services in place. And so as a township, should we seek that kind of input? Yes. Should we also at the same time be very cognizant of the shortcomings of several areas of our township and recognize that they are not target areas for the kinds of things that this funding would drive? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised, I have moved by Councillor Graziano. Do I have a seconder for this motion? I should, yes, I should have asked earlier and I apologize for that. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bocek, whereas the Township of Georgian Bay expresses its support for affordable housing. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to apply for and accept funding from the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation to consider attainable housing in the Township of Georgian Bay, and that council directs staff to work with developers towards attainable units in the Township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And the third item under new business is basically asking if we want to appoint somebody to the Muskoka Housing Task Force 2.0. And we had a couple pages shared with us on the background to all this. And so, and they're looking for a counselor. So I guess I'm going to say to everyone, because we didn't really have a presenter for this, any counselor interested in this? And if so, would the rest of the council be interested in appointing that interested counselor? And Councillor Graziano, I'm seeing your hand already. One way or another.
Yes, and thank you through your worship. I'd be happy to join that that committee if in the event that a representative from Georgian Bay Township is identified. So if my fellow councillors wish to nominate me and approve me, then that'd be great.
And I was just given an extra note here, by the way, the first meeting of this task force is Thursday, September 28th in Bracebridge, 4 o'clock to 6:30.
I'd be happy to nominate
Okay, please go ahead.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And, okay, we got a yay and a yay for Councillor Graziano. Anybody else want to be considered? Councillor Bocek?
I have a question. I want
Please.
to be considered.
Oh, well, I hadn't called the vote yet, Councillor Predko. Councillor Bocek, please.
I have a question. And I didn't read the report, so excuse me if the question is taken out of context here, but is there ability to attend these meetings by Zoom? And if not, would the applicant be reimbursed for his travel time to Bracebridge and back? And trust me, I don't want it. I'm just asking the questions.
Clerk Way.
As far as we're aware, the first meeting is listed as being in person only. So I don't know if there's options because it's run by the district. Your mileage would be covered under our policies in this regard because you're there as our representative, which means you're not going to get paid out, I don't believe, specifically for that mileage, right? I can't remember offhand, looking over at the money people. I think we get a lump sum for your meeting attendance. There's no additional remuneration for this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'd have to look into it because it is a Muskoka wide venture. So I don't know if the district would do that.
Yeah, so
we can let
I
you-
know I'm covered when I go, so is the rest of our district councilors. If we travel for a committee meeting, then our travel time is covered. And certainly this is not, I'm thinking about Councillor Graziano here because he would have to travel sometimes a long distance in order to get to this.
Well, and what they normally do, doesn't matter where he would not get covered from Florida, for instance, he would be covered from his Muskoka address if the district council, and I don't know what their policy is on this, and that's something we'd have to look into.
Yeah, so I just raised the question and hopefully we can get some answers on
Yeah.
those questions. Thank you.
Where you enter, either your home or where you enter the.
Well,
Is that like Muskoka Common at all?
No, to the best of my knowledge, they calculate your mileage based on your address in Muskoka, regardless of where you're coming from.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. In other words, you're paid from your island, even in the middle of winter when you wouldn't dare go out there, I believe. Yeah. Oh no, any other comments before these two drift off? Well, so I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council appoints Christian Graziano to the Muskoka Housing Task Force 2.0. All those in favor? Councillor Graziano, you have an additional task on your plate. Put it in your agenda, September 28th, 4 o'clock, Bracebridge. And thank you for volunteering and stepping up.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council.
Okay. Now we have to go through a bunch of bylaws. Okay. All right, so the three bylaws, let's do the first one, and that would be moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2023-086, being a bylaw to amend the fees and charges bylaw, Appendix D, Cemetery. All those in favor? And that is here. What, did he make some smart remark? It must be getting late. I better keep moving on. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council enact bylaw 2023-087, being a bylaw to appoint the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee members. All those in favor? And that is carried. And so, sorry, Bocheck. Who was? Okay. And third bylaw is moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2023-088, being a bylaw to appoint the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group members as amended, because our original listing had not had Gregory Harriet as one of the members. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we've done closed session. So. Yeah. May I move ahead? Moved by Counselor Bocek, seconded by Counselor Graziano. Be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2023-089 to confirm the proceedings of the September 11th, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. I'm so glad we're not doing one of those extend past 4 o'clock motions, because I have now moved by Counselor Cooper, seconded by Counselor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 3:53 p.m. until October 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. for the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. So we are now